Yo, what up, Pinoy? Going on, moving?
Yo. Yo. Hello. Patch notes. They're here. They're real. Get used to it. There we go. Patch notes time. It's patch notes time. Wait, that's Moxie's thing? What's Moxie's thing? Saying hello? I don't think Moxie invented saying hello. What up? What's good? What up, Jake, AD, Micah, Dominic, my boy Valdur. Saying yo? Saying yo? I'm sorry. Moxie's thing is saying yo? Yo. What's good? Will patch be out? June 17th. Patch notes are here. There you go. And for YouTube, patch notes. There you go. And then there. And there's that. And we go to Twitch. And I wish I could do all this through OBS, but I can't. It's raining. Go infinite. Oh, it's raining hard. Oh, shit. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. I left my car windows open. My car was very far away from my house. I had to park all the way up the street. All right, we're back. All right. All right, we're back. Okay. It is very much raining out there. Whew. Okay. All right, I'm very wet now. Let's go. Whew. I must live in a good place where you can leave your windows open. No, having your windows open or closed doesn't change whether or not your stuff gets broken into here. We've had multiple vehicles stolen from our driveway multiple times. They just break in and hotwire. All right. Patch goes live right here, June 17th. Says so at the top there. Okay. Exactly. Open windows don't get smashed. Mavericks, thank you so much for the 23 months, boo-boo. I appreciate you. Thank you. The last time a vehicle got stolen from us, it was a motorcycle, and they hotwired it by attaching the ignition switch to a literal light switch, like from Home Depot, and they would use that to jump it. It was wild. Found that car like 2 states, or found that motorcycle like 2 states away. Okay. Let's talk about the patch notes. We greatly appreciate everyone's excitement. We greatly appreciate everyone's excitement since the launch of Season 4. We're very happy with the state of the game. The changes in the patch are aimed at buffing classes and builds. Hey. My ceiling fan. Hey, Life. Hey, Life. I'm trying to be a content creator here. Can we calm down? Can we calm down for a second? Can anything here just like work and just be chill? Okay. 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 All right. Thank you, Raven. All right. Changes in the patch are aimed at buffing classes and builds that are not performing as well as their counterparts. We're also slightly reducing the difficulty of the pit to ensure that most builds are able to get to tier 60. Huh. Do the developers believe that the majority of builds don't get to tier 60? That's interesting. Potions are getting businesses. Yeah. This was something that I touched on, which was like, we have so much maximum life now, potions should probably get buffed. These are also just like better options for creating barrier through Temerity and Soulbrand, which is pretty cool. So that's interesting. Legendary aspects. Aspect of the Protector, barrier cooldown reduced. Good. This is definitely like a super outdated aspect at this point. 20 seconds feels... 20 seconds actually doesn't feel that bad. Well, it feels better. Mythic unique items. What the fuck is a mythic unique item? Mythic. In Dariel's Visage, Poison Nova now spawns on the enemy instead of the player. Okay, Poison Nova damage increased by 50%. Let's go take a look at that. Wait, we're buffing this effect? Isn't Indariel's kind of like cracked a little bit on Rogue? So they're going to increase this damage by 50%. So at max, the proc will start at 36, almost 37,000 damage. It's actually pretty high. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate that. Doombringer Explosion doubled. This will now do... Oh, hold on. I need to focus. Now does 22,000 base damage. That actually starts to be a pretty respectable amount of damage. 22,000 base damage on this is actually pretty high. What's our best tool for this? Bone Spear, 50% is 12.5% right now. You can double, well, you can't double it with this in hand. How much lucky hit chance can I get up to? Wish I didn't buy Tyraels. Soul brand. Obviously get rid of this. Lucky hit chance bonus is 85, yeah, so you can get to 100, so you can double it. So this would be a 25% chance of proccing. You put on, put on Shadow over here as well. It's not bad. But if you went with Blight instead, you start off at 40%, sure. But then you could rock you can get 104. They're 20-ish, 124. 124 is 80, is 90%, 90%, but then you get to rock X-Falls. Do we want to try to make this build happen? I would need 4 more sparks. Because I went and bought a fucking Tyraels like an idiot. So I need a Doombringer. You could do Crippling Darkness as well. I had an idea for just a straight up proc build. Like a proc effect build. We could do this. Okay, we're gonna try. So I have to go farm Duriel for a while, basically. Well, this is with triple masterwork crit, and that would be 17,600. They buffed this. They doubled this. You can't fit Lidless into here. Lidless also really wouldn't help out too much. Ring of Starless Skies now giving a 50% damage bonus is actually kind of very good. Interior's Might got doubled. Okay, that's interesting. Stat requirements for non-main stats reduced from 90 to 60 per Paragon board. Oh. So you should be able to hit another board for free, basically? That's interesting. It's not really anything, but it's interesting. Barbarian, Whirlwind got buffed. Violent Whirlwind got buffed. Call to Ancients got buffed. Frenzy got buffed. Flay got buffed. That makes sense? I think that makes sense. Added weapon mastery skills for vulnerable procs. How relevant is that? That's these. Doesn't Steel Grasp already do vulnerable? Is this mainly just a rupture buff? Like, Steel Grasp already makes them vulnerable. Death Blow, you're trying to hit them inside of a vulnerable. Like, you wouldn't try to lucky hit Death Blow vulnerable. Is this pressure points? Let's see. And you already had exposed vulnerability? What's the point of this? Where's pressure points? Somebody help me to understand what the purpose of this is. How do I feel about patch notes? We are this far into them. Walking Arsenal. All right, I don't care. I'm sorry. Barbarians, you're doing fine. I really don't give a shit. I'm sorry. Oh, Gore's got buffed again. Sure. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Sure. Like, who took this? Okay. Okay. This all seems generally good. Oh, that's cool. Obsidian Slam is good. Okay. Will the Uber buffs be applied to current? It's a great question. Since it is the aspect effects, the answer is typically yes. Aspects get updated, live stats do not. Is it live already? Nope. June 17th, right at the top there. June 17th. And side damage increased. Ba 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 ba. Buffs, buffs, buffs. Just kind of like tossing out some buffs kind of across the board. This seems good, right? Am I crazy? No, not provocation. Obsidian Slam, this seems good. Book of the Dead changes. Okay. There's a lot going on in here. These are all sacrifice changes. So we get more crit chance. We get more resistance. Sure. This is this is nothing. I get it, but this is nothing. This is cool. That's powerful. This is cool because, well, now it makes the math hard. God damn it. God damn it, Blizzard. Now you make the math hard. Yeah, because we get 60%, which is 2 is 6. So we'll get 26% damage. No, 60%. 10 is 12. So it'll be 32% damage, up from 25. So now I get 32% multi, up from a 25% multi. So you go from 1 point. Hello? 0.25 divided by 1.32. No. 32 divided by 1.25. 5% increase in damage. Was that accurate? It's a 28% increase in the multiplier, but how much it increases our damage by is 5%. Yes. So we used to do 1.32 times damage from it, or we used to do 1.25 and now we do 1.32. So 5% increase in damage. Just from that. That'll be the same with the vulnerable as well. This one is now very interesting. Maximum essence increased. Now, also increased essence generation. This is very cool. I like this a lot, actually. What a joke, a 5% increase and a 5% increase. This alone just straight up increased your damage output by 11.5%. That's fairly significant. This is very cool. I have to redo my math of what the breakpoint between this and vulnerable is. Overpower damage increase. Huh. Why did overpower get increased less than the other ones? What are they so afraid for on overpower? What up, Watt Force? What are they so afraid about overpower with? Because so oddly enough, increasing 25 to 30% is less than increasing 15 to 20%. This is a 33% increase. This is a 20% increase. Okay. Extra 5% attack speed right here is actually significant. Additional 50% max life here is very significant. This is also very significant. Bone Spirit Bone Spirit, big. Infinimist, also better. Because Infinimist is the only one that can benefit from this, and from this, and from this. No, our proc build will be able to as well. I have to farm a Doombringer. I have to farm a Doombringer now. That's like all I'm doing today is farming a Doombringer. Okay. I like this a lot, by the way. I really, really like this. Do I think that, Swaggeroni? I know that it can already do that. It's the second highest pushing Necro build right now. Blood begets blood, legendary node. 30% damage. That's big. That's actually kind of fucking huge. Yo, what up, cow? I just saw you. Yeah, we're listening to Woody's music. Cow, thank you so much for the 13 gift subs, man. I appreciate you.
So,
thank you so much, man.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Oh yeah, we have to fit that into Shadow Surfer now. Absolutely we do. This is nothing. This is big. This now says Blood Soaked is a 20% damage multiplier. Raven, thank you very much for the 2 gift subs as well. Thank you very much, everybody, for the support.
So,
does Golem Sacrifice tip the balance to mage builds at all?
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
I don't believe so, but that is definitely a thing.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator.
Did they give you an idea when patch notes will drop? This is the patch notes. That's what we're reading right now.
So,
the patch drops on the 17th, Monday. Or is that?
You subscribe
15,
to a bad
16, 17, yeah,
creator.
Monday.
You're a real one.
Thank you very much for the support, everybody. We have to get Blood Begets Blood absolutely on there. Desecration going up is actually kind of fucking big.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Desecration is kind of really big.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Like, Blood Soaked Aspect says that Blood Mist now is like a Shadow Dot effect, helps to proc Lucky Hit, helps to proc Shadow Blight, and gives you a 20% damage multi. Oh, I'm getting a call from California. Hold on.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
But for the animation played on the top left, did you think of what emotes you want to do? IRL, the wink and stuff, or was it intuitive?
Best content creator in the game.
Thank you very much. Be good, Grims.
So,
Did I think about it? I mean, I like sat down and just did it. I'm kind of a ham.
subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
This is very good. Gravekeeper going up 2 is also very interesting. These are all very... This is kind of crazy right here. I wasn't expecting that. Sacrificial. Bonus increased to 50%. Holy shit, they made Shielding Storm good again. Sacrificial's kind of wild, right? Let's do some math. Hold on, boys. Hold on here. Okay, so let's do some math here. Old amounts. Wait, hold on. Okay. So old amounts. This was crit chance, res, shadow damage, then it went essence, vuln damage, overpower damage, then it goes attack, speed, max life, crit damage. So let's take this. Right, so it used to be 5%, 20. Oh, that's gonna be too hard to see. So it's 5, 20, 15, 15, 15, 25, 10, 10, 30. New amounts are 10, 25, 20, 20, 20, 30, 15, 15, 35. Increase. This is equal to this minus this divided by this, right? So 100% increase is a 25% increase, so yes. Can I actually format this? Can I format all of this as, well, it doesn't matter. Okay. May want to include stack aspect here. I'm going to. Yeah. We're gonna do all the analysis. Got the chat overlay over the sheet. You so right. So make this be well, maybe we should do it like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay. Damage increase. Res. Essence calc. Attack speed. Oh, I guess I could do. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So this is equal to 1 plus this divided by 1 plus. No. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. You're an idiot. A, no, B. And it's actually reversed. Right? Yeah. Okay. Why is this number lower than it was before? Why am I not getting a 5% increase?
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Best dude on Twitch. Excited to be back to D4 after a while away. Hit 100 on
thank
my
you very
bone
much, Hot
spirit
Sauce.
necro last night.
Ooh, GG. Thank you so much for the 3 months, Diablo. I appreciate you. When is the patch coming out? The 17th. They don't know that 10 to 15 is more than 25 to 30. They do. Hey, real quick. Everybody who's watching me. Everybody who's just like watching me. I get the memes. I get all of that. I truly do. This is not a space to be shitty to humans that you don't know. Don't be shitty to humans that you don't know. Let's not belittle them. Let's not dehumanize them. Let's not say they can't do arithmetic. Oddly enough, they can, right? Remember, you're the sap playing the video game. So fucking calm down for a hot second. It's not a safe space to be a fucking asshole. Like, is it perfectly fine to critique the fact that they seem hesitant to overpower? Absolutely. Is it fucking mean to say another human adult probably doesn't know how to do some math? Probably mean, right? Let's not be assholes. S-Fan and Keltro, thank you very much for the follows. Decapitator, thank you very much for the prime as well. I'm sorry I missed that. Just don't be dicks. It's pretty fucking simple. This is accurate, right? We did a 1.2. We now have a 1.2 up from a 1.15. Yes, it's a 33% increase in the multiplier itself. That's not the same thing as increasing your damage by 33%. Right. Yes, accurate. You have to look at what the multiplier is now, which is 1.2, and how much larger is that than it was before. Okay. Okay. So that means that a shadow crit build has now gained 1 times this times this times this. It's gained 13% damage output. Basically for free. Okay. Okay. Then want to use sacrificial aspect. Which now a 1.5 multi of bonuses. And this is equal to one plus this number multiplied by 1.5. And the increase, so the damage increase for this, if you're using this aspect, this is equal to well, hold on, let's do the same rigmarole here. Let's do this, right? This is equal to well, we'd have to compare what it used to give you. Old sacrificial bonus. Well, that gets really hard to, for people to kind of grok, right? What up, Kitsune? Bone Spirit doing crazy with the sacrifice buffs. Bone Spirit will be doing more damage. It's not an exceptionally large amount of damage, so it's a 4% damage increase and a 3% damage increase, so that ends up being 1 times this times this more damage. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's this one. Bone Spirit gained 8% damage for free. Basically just gained like another like 1.08 multi. you might be able to reach 275 essence without minions. I do not believe so, no. When does Maxwell update the build planner with the new numbers? When they're available in the game files, Zeeb. So shortly after the patch goes live, and it can be lined. We don't manually update the planners with numbers, because that's a hilarious amount of work for something that will be alleviated in like 2 days. So I don't think we really have to look at this, now that I think about it. I don't think that's particularly relevant for something that like needs to be looked at. Why do I have +1 in here, by the way? Right, okay. 1 plus this divided by 1 plus this. So here are our bonuses. Here are what our bonuses are now. Here's the change in bonuses. Here's how much actual damage you get out of those bonuses. This is what the bonuses look like with Sacrificial equipped. This number is kind of irrelevant. Crit chance goes from 10% to 15%. Will minions still be the best build? Probably, yeah. Yeah, what's up, Otter? Hold on. Is this actually currently working? Oh, it is. Nice. Yeah, give me a call, boss. Otter has Sirach, Ruse, and Sir K in a call. Thanks for all the theory crafting. No problems, Lizard. We finished the patch notes. We did not. I'm currently doing some math on this thing.
Hey, boss.
What?
Hello. Sorry,
Hey,
I got a
so
donation.
We have this question. I'm going to just screen share this real quick.
Sure.
Appreciate all you do
So
for the
the question we have is
community.
that when it comes to sacrificial, is
Yep.
sacrificial additive on top of Memento Mori, or is it multiplying across with Memento Mori?
It is a new multiplier. So you get
So-
a 1.6
so is it
multi
this-
and a 1.5.
So is it this equation? Like let's say it's the Reaper sacrifice being 15%, right? Is it 15% times 1.4, which is what Memento is doing, plus 115 times 1.25, or is it 1.15 multiplied all the way across all like Memento Mori and sacrificial? Is it doing this, or is it doing this?
So it is 1.15 multiplied by 1.6.
Oh, okay.
Multiplied by,
Yeah, sorry. It's Memento is 6 part. I thought it was 4.
multiplied by 1.5 from new sacrificial. So the old number would become 25 multiplied by the new sacrificial would become 37.5.
Oh, okay. So they're multiplying across they're multiplicative across each other.
Yes.
It's not like two separate multipliers that are adding on top of each other.
Correct.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it might be big.
Yeah, we're trying to calculate that out right now. That's what.
Yeah, that's what you're also looking at right here. On stream.
Is that what you're doing on stream right now as well?
It's what I'm currently doing right here.
I feel like that's probably the biggest buff that we got. That sacrificial and the sacrifice bonuses, I feel like are going to be
Those are very large.
They're going to bring a lot of the core damage builds in line. I think that with your new video that hit, I agreed with everything. I think that's actually not just a necro thing. I think that's actually a class-wide thing. Is that core damage abilities are just not scaling well enough to compete with these unique affix damages or these builds that are scaling with basic attacks with Moonrise. It just feels like the core skill damage ranks are just not able to compete with that. And that's like class-wide, because I was like, wait, is this just class-wide? I went and looked. I was asking in stream with my chat. I was like, is there any bar build that uses this? Is there any rogue build that uses this? I'm playing Sork. I know that no Sork build uses this. So this is a class-wide thing. This is not just a necro thing.
Yeah. They definitely they took a bunch of cool things and they said these things are really powerful, and they didn't have the foresight to be able to see this kind of invalidates every other thing you could do, other than skills like Bone Spirit, which oddly enough come along with a 10 times multi on it.
Right. It has the separate multiplier that's attached to your essence strain.
Right.
So that's the only reason why it's relevant.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I was curious about. And yeah, I do agree that when I was doing my my little thing here, my expectations was that they buff skill damage scaling. It didn't happen, but it is what it is. Hopefully that happens in season 5 PTR, because I feel that is that's very much funneling and what's the word? It's constricting a lot of the build variety in the game, because when they said, "Hey, we're gonna make everything core skills now," you kind of just nerfed everything. In a way, like inadvertently, you kind of just made everything that's core not completable at that. And there's so many build options with core skills. So I'm hoping that they do something with that in the PTR.
Me too.
Oh well, thank you very much for your time. Sorry to take you away from your
No,
time.
you're good, boss.
I was curious about that.
Alrighty, be good.
Take it easy, boss.
Alrighty. I'm immediately too hot. It's it rained, so luckily the temperature has come down, but now the humidity is here and I'm sweltering. Okay. So Watt Force, thank you very much for the 1,000 biddies. I appreciate you. Thank you. So somebody was asking the question about how much essence is this with the sacrificial aspect. I think that math is so much harder than just do the essence. Because the big thing is sacrificing your minions for a new multiplier. Do not feel sorry at all, Lot Force. Please do not. Hey man, I'm sorry I supported your art when you were getting onto a Discord call. I appreciate that. Thank you. Fuck me. Don't worry about you. People are always asking like, oh, but what if you get the essence? Isn't that such a huge multiplier? And this is a conversation that I had on YouTube today, which is like the amount of damage increase that you get from that essence, if you assume you're going to be at 275 essence, is actually significantly lower than you think it is. Because like, let's say I get like 40 essence and I multiply that by 40, it's 160% damage. That's fucking huge. It is a lot, but you already have 275 essence, which is already, what is that, 25 more? It is already 1100 multiplicative damage. Excuse me. So that 160% becomes less than a 10% damage increase. And when you're looking at the multiplier you could get, which now says 30% damage multiplier, it's significant. Because it's not even like the similarity of multipliers. This is also like a thing that gets lost in translation a little bit. It's a 10% damage increase to that multiplier, like to the number of the multiplier. Then you have to calculate how much it increases your damage by. So one increases your damage by 12, one increases your damage by 11. So now that is a 9% increase in damage, as opposed to adding a 30% damage multiplier, which is a new 1.3, as opposed to increasing an 11 to a 12. Does this allow you to get it without using Requiem? $32 plus 20 is 52, 72, 92, plus a potion is 112. So we have to find another 63 essence. Right, because it's helmet, offhand, amulet. I guess you could use Tybalt's, which is another 20. So now you have to find 43 essence. If you triple masterwork crit on multiple pieces. Oh, can't be amulet. So minus 20. So we're back to 63. You have to find a lot of essence to not run minions, and I don't think you can do it. You have to add Memento Mori. I did. This is 32 with Memento Mori. I already did that. Am I saying Minions Necro is dead? No. Who said that? We were talking about essence calculations for Bone Spirit. Nobody was talking about minion builds at all. Did some math. Lance build damage doubles? Doubles is a powerful statement. I don't know where you got double from. I don't think if I put all these numbers together, you would get double damage on anything. Not to shit on you. But if you were to put all these numbers together, you would not get 100% increase. So the question becomes, so this question becomes this. That's Shadow with Vuln with crit. So Sacrificial Sacrificial is now representative of a 32% damage multiplier on a Shadow crit build. On Bone Spirit. It's a 25, just about a 26% multiplier. Shadow dot. The 17% multiplier. On Blood build, it's actually the same thing as Bone Spirit, right? No. Overpower multiplied by crit. No, not Vuln and Max Life you.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Wait, no, I am on crit. I am on crit. Yeah, I am. Are there any other builds?
You have to understand how things are up here.
Bone Spear is getting a massive DPS increase. Well, from this change alone, it's an 8% increase. What else are they getting? That's actually it. Unless there's more stuff down here. Hold on. Tormented bosses had their health reduced by 30% is actually fairly significant. You can't think about it like that in Vinca Spartan. So the change between Starless Skies before and Starless Skies now is a 7% increase in damage. And the change between Gravekeeper is a 5% increase. These are not the same thing as a 10x and an 8x damage increase. Fixed an issue where Holy Bolt's elixir damage was scaling unintentionally high when it was triggered from pets. And it reduces effectiveness against the toughest enemies. In the higher pit, we made this change alongside a reduction to the health of enemies, so players who are delving deep into the pit aren't heavily affected. Fixed an issue where casting boulders from Dome and Stone were not cast at all. Rapid fire with Scoundrel's Kiss equipped could not properly hit close targets. Fixed an issue where pets were being counted as minions. Well, Holy Bolts was also overperforming on the Barbarian, who could scale its damage as well. Just for people who are unaware, the Barbarian, the Necromancer, I mean, everybody could scale Holy Bolt's damage. But the Barbarian also had ways of overscaling its damage. I want to make sure I have these numbers down properly. We have to do the essence calculation, right? Oh, these are not completely accurate currently. So this is accurate pre-Memento Mori. Okay, so then Memento Mori. So using now the Memento Mori numbers. Okay. Right, because this is not well, I mean, it is relevant. Well, let's think about it. There's only one here that's super relevant. Was Bone Spirit, because Bone Spirit can't get Memento Mori. That is accurate. Memento Mori does not work on Golem. So then this is... How do I want to communicate this information? How do I put this together in a meaningful way? What are my thoughts on Deathless Visage? You know, perform Shaco on Bone Spirit? No, it cannot. Well, hold on, let's back up. Outperform it in what meaningful way? Because you already don't use Shaco on Bone Spirit? Sorry, let's back up to, you already don't use Shaco on Bone Spirit. So Deathless Visage currently outperforms it, yes. But you need cooldown reduction on your helmet for Bone Spirit, typically. Counting for only Reaper Sacrifice and Cold Mage Sacrifice with new sacrifice it buffed give you... I haven't gotten that far, Otter. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to best put together the information. You see a new Bone Storm aspect? Also, does it scale? Did I see the new Bone Storm aspect? There's no new Bone Storm aspect. There's Shielding Storm, and it scales off of max life now, yes. Your 1,200 treasure bags. Why do you have so many treasure bags? It's Memento? That makes sense. Memento. Okay. So And these would be unchanged with Memento. The reason why this is relevant, it's because this is Bone Spirit damage. No. Yeah. Bone Spirit damage. How much damage bonus? No, we do it here because none of this affects Bone Spirit damage. Bone Spirit damage increase. This is equal to 1 multiplied by so we have to do increase. Damage increase. Okay, yes. Okay. All right. That's not damage. That's not technically damage. That's not technically damage. This is not technically damage. This is not technically damage. 1 plus this divided by 1 plus this, right? Bone Spirit damage. This is equal to, this is how much damage Bone Spirit has gained, which is 1 multiplied by this, multiplied by this, and it's still not that. It's still overpower. Bone Spirit, without anything else, has gained 8% damage. Factual statement. Great. Good. Done with that relative math. Now, here's the caveat. Essence opportunities are in an interesting place for what's needed to hit 275 essence. If that's better than the current ideal of running warriors. Okay. True statements. Just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Azor, Silamot, Groundio, Nicholas, Brismon, NWN Zocker, Toxic Ghost, Nguini, Soap Free, S Fan, Keltro. Thank you very much for the follows. Sorry, we are deep in the cut right now. Bone Spirit right now, if you change absolutely nothing else. Do I recommend Gravekeeper on Bone Spirit?
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. Or a real one.
Boom. Okay. Dragon's Naj, thank you very much for the prime. Yes, if you wouldn't mind throwing a like onto the stream on YouTube, I would deeply appreciate it. Thank you. I do recommend Dead Razor, but from the sacrifice changes, in the current meta, Bone Spirit has gained 8% damage. Just from the sacrifice changes. Okay. Moving on. Old Memento Mori would get you up to these numbers. New Memento Mori gets you up to these numbers. 16% crit chance is a lot of crit chance. Okay. Now, new Memento Mori has to look at the difference between 1 plus this number divided by 1 plus this number okay. Now here we can start talking about some builds. So if we go shadow critting builds. So this could be Infinimist, this could be Sever, this could be our new Blight proc build, which I need to go get a Doombringer for. Any good changes in the patch notes? Yes, a lot of them. And we're trying to rationalize it right now. So shadow crit builds are going to enjoy an increase of this is accurate, right? Well, this can't be accurate. Because Golem is not included in Memento Mori. Okay, so that's accurate. So that's shadow crit builds. Shadow crit builds that are fully sacrificing minions. Gained a new 6% multi and another 6%. Yes. Golem crit is unaffected currently. We're not talking about sacrificial aspect. You used to have a 24% damage multiplier with Memento Mori. You now have a 32% damage multiplier. Yes. Okay. It's a 6% increase in the multiplier. 1.32 divided by 1.24. That seems accurate. What up, Ralph? Shouldn't old Memento Mori just be old amount? No, because so when we're thinking about the damage of builds that are sacrificing minions, you always use Memento Mori. So we have to look at what these multipliers were with Memento Mori to understand what the new multiplier with Memento Mori is actually an effective increase of. Okay. So Shadow Crit builds is Memento Mori. No, Memento Mori is a passive skill. Bone Spear. This is equal to this. Yep, okay. Shadow Dot. This is also equal to 1 times this times this. I don't know why I wouldn't put these two things together. What's happening here? Excuse me. Okay. Call this Bone Spear. And that's just straight up equal to 1 times this, because they just get a vuln damage increase. Technically, they have more crit chance, meaning that they can afford to not run crit chance on another piece of gear, which they already weren't, right? Yeah. Yermo, thank you very much for the follow. I don't know how we're both saying that they changed Holy Bolts, but other builds' relative power hasn't changed, Matthias. They got buffed and their counterparts, which they're compared against, got nerfed. Indirectly, but they did get nerfed. F10. Should be 0.3 though. Oh, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I do now understand what you were saying. I apologize. I get what you're saying now. Yes, this would be inaccurately. There we go. And we can do this. Okay, there we go. I've had their power level. Sure. Well, I don't even agree with that, because they all were buffed. But yes, well, okay. Hold on. Is the point that you're making, Matthias, that the builds that were underperforming weren't all buffed to different amounts, and as such, the patch is a nothing burger because compared to only themselves and not to the outliers, they were not changed? Because that is what your collection of statements has said. To which I would say, but why would you ever perform your analysis using that restricted of a set of variables? Or criteria, rather, not variables. to me, that's like saying Bone Spear got buffed, but if I don't compare it to anything else, nothing has changed, which also isn't even like a true statement. Blight is not under Shadow Crit. Blight is Shadow Dot. But Shadow Dot is also Corpse Explosion. Only Necro was nerfed. Very incorrect. Barb and Source were also nerfed via that. I mean, every build was. Every build could scale Holy Bolt's damage, and every build used Holy Bolts for pit pushing. Every build was nerfed with the change to Holy Bolts. Yeah, Matthias, I think that's just like an inaccurate representation of what has occurred, right? Like, blood builds did get a double effective multiplier that they can tap into now. That is a thing. Minion builds were not buffed. All non-minion builds were buffed. How valuable that is to each individual build is what we're trying to figure out right now. But as you can see, these builds weren't all buffed in the same way. So I think, I don't need to change your mind, but I think that's an inaccurate representation of the facts as they lay before you. You don't have to be unimpressed with the patch notes, but I think you're misrepresenting the effect. Did this make Lidless Wall better? Did it make Lidless Wall better? Not in a way that I think matters to how the question is being asked. Technically speaking, since Shielding Storm is better, Lidless Wall is better at generating barrier. So if that's relevant to your strategy. Bone Spear is a playable and viable build. All of the Necromancer builds are playable and viable. It was whether or not they compete in the pit. But Bone Spear currently clears tier 110. The issue was its ability to do anything after that, because we were talking about like perfect gear at that point. I will say that I don't believe that these patch notes address the primary issues of core skills generally underperforming. Numbness, thank you very much for the follow. How do you think the Holy Bolt nerf will affect Flay builds too? It will affect every build that used them. Would Bone Spear or Mage Mastery be better for Bone Mage spam? So, scaling your pet damage, scaling your minions' damage does not increase their Bone Spear damage. The Bone Spear damage only scales off of the Necromancer. It's effectively like your minions aren't casting Bone Spear, but you're casting Bone Spear through them. Can I do a quick recap of exactly what's going on? Sure. We are calculating the changes in the sacrifice bonuses that the Necromancer gained. Yo, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. What Necro build is meta? So I have a problem with the question, what is meta? I'm going to interpret what you're asking of what build do I think is the strongest build, which is not what Meta just describes the total acknowledgement of all relative power of all builds that are existent. But when you're asking what is meta, minions. It's the best build. It's the best build by a far shot. And it doesn't matter which version of minions you're playing. Although mages just got very slightly more damage. Very slightly more. Loving rogue now? Nice. You have Tyrael's Might. How does this patch affect it? Well, if you read the patch, it says that Tyrael's Might damage was doubled. These changes won't save your Bone Splinter build? No, they will not. Okay, so now that we have this, what else do I need to calculate here? Blood builds. This is equal to 1 multiplied by the overpower, multiplied by crit. Shadow. So Bone Spirit's over here. Shadow crit builds, shadow dot builds, bone spirit builds, blood builds. What other builds are there? None? All right, so let's do sacrificial damage, sacrificial buff. This is going to be equal to this number multiplied by 1.5. 24% crit chance is also really big. And this is equal to having roughly 7 minions. But also means you're not gaining a 48% damage multi. Like here, so to the people asking the question earlier, what if you use sacrificial with the essence bonus? Then what? Then you don't have a vulnerable multiplier of 48%. Shadow Blood Wave, that is a shadow dot build. Full skeleton mage build with sacrifice golem will be better than the golem build. Do I think that is now true? I don't know the exact numerical difference between the two things. There is a world where it could slightly eke out. Yes. What up, Thomas? Who's everyone and how do I contact them? I don't know what that question is. Thorns? Thorns doesn't crit. Thorns is physical damage, so Thorns, the difference here is vulnerable sacrifice, and I'm pretty sure that Thorns builds are using their minions to increase how much Thorns damage you output. They might sacrifice their mages for a Vuln multi, maybe. I don't know. Would a physical corpse explosion build? I don't really think a physical corpse explosion build is actually part of the meta in a way where it doesn't, where in a way, I don't think that a corpse explosion build, which is sacrificing its minions, that isn't a damage over time build, is actually a thing. In math now, see what builds got better. Do you happen to have an idea already? Asking because I stopped playing my blade, so I wanted to know how much better it is. I'm currently doing the calculation for how the sacrifice changes impact the current meta of builds. So, and here we can re-add Bone Spirit. So a Shadow crit build is going to be equal to 1 multiplied by a Shadow crit build one plus this divided by 1 plus this and parentheses and parentheses multiplied by 1 6 and G6. Okay. One plus I10 plus G10.
Focus and concentration. The person can concentrate intensely on a specific thought.
Is this accurate?
Blocking out sources of distraction. 7. Hypnotize the subject's percent to show an increased response.
Let's do it this way real quick, just to see if I come out with the right numbers. So this is going to be equal to 1 plus this divided by 1 plus this. Okay. Yeah.
Focus and concentration. The person
But we also need Bone Spirit.
specific thought or memory.
And the reason why Bone Spirit is relevant here
7. Hypnotize the
is because this should be equal to, so hold on, let me take this. Bone Spirit is equal to 1 times times this. Right? What up, Doc? Would you say to hold off for more testing once the patch drops, or do you think it will still be very strong? It got only stronger, Justin. Would Starless Skies help in the Blight Ebon Piercer build? It's whether or not you can fit it on successfully, and I don't think that you can. But that is only because Retribution currently apply. Ooh, did they have bug fixes? So Retribution currently double dips and applies twice to bosses, and you kill things in their stagger phase, so it's currently worth 2 30% multipliers. So I think Lidless Wall would now be good with Doombringer and a buff to Bone Storm for the Blight build. I wouldn't use Doombringer or Lidless Wall on the Blight build. When going through the pit, is there any reason to fight the mobs in the first area, or can you just rush the first portal? Yeah, so there aren't... I don't believe that there's typically enough monsters in the second area alone to spawn the boss. The only thing that you need to do is kill monsters. So I don't know why you would rush the first, but like, you don't have to make it through the first portal to even summon the boss. Theoretically, if there were enough monsters in the first area. Is Bone Spirit going to be keeping up with top builds? Yeah. Bone Spirit was ahead of everything other than minions. What's a good price to sell Living Steel? Whatever the merchant will buy it for. TLDR on the patch notes. Holy Bolts got nerfed. Sacrificial builds that sacrifice their minions got stronger. Shadow Mages got a little bit stronger. Blood builds got a little bit of love. No problem. So, where's Otter? It's not out until Monday, yeah?
Are y'all still chit-chatting?
Yeah, we're just chit-chatting. Hi, Macro.
What's up, Macro?
Let's see. Maybe he'll give me a call. Hello? There we go. Jump into a voice chat. I'm here. No, I'm here. No, I'm here.
Hey,
No, I'm here. What up, everybody?
now he's here.
Now he's
Alrighty.
here.
I
I'm
got a
gonna make
question.
you. I'm making you a moderator, so you never have to ask for permission to join this channel ever again.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I will be abusing my power, obviously, no question.
Yes.
That's what we like to hear.
Okay. So I have a question for y'all.
Mhm.
So I got to the end of doing my calculations for the changes for sacrificing and the relative bonuses that we get out of it. If I'm looking at putting on the aspect sacrificial
Correct.
and figuring out how much relative damage, like what's its relative damage multiplier across the different builds.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I got to, for a shadow crit build, so one that's using shadow damage and vulnerable damage and critical strike damage.
Which will be more than what I
Sever.
got. Which will be more than what I got. But go ahead.
That one looks like it's a 42% damage multiplier.
Sounds about right. Yep, that sounds about right.
Yep.
Shadow dot comes out to be about a 25% damage multiplier.
That's exactly what I got. 25.5%.
Bone Spear is a 26%. Blood Builds is a 31%, and Bone Spirit is similarly a 31% multiplier. Does that sound like what you all got? So like,
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much
Yes.
on the head.
Right on the money.
okay. So if you let's say I put this aspect onto my piece of gear right now. Yeah, because this is what you said in chat, right? Shadow Dot is very slightly better than Conceited. Bone Spear is better than Conceited. Blood and Bone Spirit are both better than Conceited. I mean, they're better than Intercom. And very specifically, Sever or Old Infinimist or New Secret Proc Blight build I want to build all like pretty drastically overperform with it. It's now a 40% multiplier.
Yes.
That's crazy good.
It's really really good on any builds that are able to dip into all three sacrifices
Mm-hmm.
Well,
as
keep in mind,
damage multipliers.
too, the blood golem sacrifice is no joke with sacrificial. So even if you're not getting the damage from golem,
Yeah.
you're getting like 21.5% life. Like it's kind of insane. Or 22.5.
Yeah, I have a bunch of asterisks all over my calculation here with on top of crit chance, res, essence, attack speed, and max life. Because the max life, exactly what you're saying, is like kind of insane, right? It's 22%. It's 22.5 maximum life,
It's a
which is
hardened bones. Like,
it's big, yeah. It's even more than effectively hardened bones if you are stacking barrier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, kind of.
Well,
but it's
after the buffs to Stealing Storm, like yeah, pretty much.
yeah. The shielding storm is so good. Like now I don't feel bad tearing Ultimate Shadow off of every single build because shielding storm can actually just generate barrier. Crazy, I know.
Yeah.
I'm also wondering, here's the other thing I'm kind of wondering about, because right now barrier generation, the affix basically does nothing.
It's so bad right now.
But I'm
Which
wondering, so the affix barrier generation.
Oh,
you-
okay. Yeah.
If you put it on your gear, enjoy your 1% increase in barrier generation per tick. It's like insanely bad.
Yes.
I'm wondering if there was something weird about the fact that Shielding Storm was applying barrier based off of base life, and maybe that was something weird with the calculation. I don't know. I don't think so. That's a little bit of like copium there, but that was something I wanted to look at.
My understanding of barrier generation is that it's bugged for everybody, but I could be wrong about that. I'm like going
I
off
believe
like
it.
really old information.
I would believe that. Outside of, so ignoring the sacrificial aspect, which like is also now kind of really hard to fit into all of these same builds, because the question is, well, now that Ring of Starless Skies is a 1.5 multi, would you just suck the loss of stats to be able to run it? But that's like kind of a whole other conversation. The interesting thing for just the sacrificial increases, like just the increase in damage kind of across the board, Shadow Crit builds are just like 17% more damage. Shadow Dot builds are 13% more. Bone Spear is 10% more. Blood builds is almost 10% more. And Bone Spirit also just gained like 8% damage as long as you're building it according to the current
By the
meta.
way, for the
Sounds
record,
alright.
this is nothing. Like it needed 10 times this amount of buff for any of those builds to even be remotely viable.
No question. If you take those builds as core skills, yeah, no question. They needed a 10x multi.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an idea of what the number is, because for Blight, that's a pretty sizable increase. Like 13% on top of our 1.5 billion ticks right now. That's pretty good. On top of the fact that bosses have lost 30% of their maximum life. So
That's a big buff for
Okay, so I'm
specifically,
actually
like, light builds and stuff.
I'm
for
curious
sure.
about how they worded that, because when I read that in the patch notes, it said tormented bosses, aka like the Stygian Stone bosses that you spawn.
Yeah, I had the
Right.
exact same reaction of where I thought those were talking about pit bosses, and then Otter pointed out like those are tormented bosses. Those aren't
Oh,
like echo
God, you're
bosses.
right.
Oh shit. Sorry.
All I
I don't-
said for pit bosses is they're going to reduce.
adjust
They
them
didn't say
towards 60. Oh wow, I was super wrong here.
I was wrong with
Yeah, I made that
as
same
well.
mistake. So I feel you.
You know what it is?
Whack.
I read this includes blood boils from, and I just put the blood bishop.
Yeah.
Blood Bishop.
I just stopped
He was like,
reading.
yes, Blood Bishop is fucking not broken anymore.
I'm
Like,
surprised
what-
they're nerfing the health of tormented. I guess that makes sense actually, right? Because of the whole exponential damage every time you fail a mechanic. So nerfing the health, you're also nerfing the damage. I guess it makes sense.
Oh wow. So it does say that health and damage levels have been reduced in the pit,
Right,
in
but they didn't give us a
general,
number.
and it's most
Yeah, I think that's-
significant for tier 60, and it's like, okay. All
I mean,
right.
I guess it makes sense
so
if it's
you
like
remember, sorry, go ahead, Kay.
it makes sense if you think about it. Like, okay, if players are having a hard time meeting that like barrier of like, I'm finished with Nightmare Dungeons and I'm trying to do pits to like, make my gear better, and it's like, oh, I can't do pits, and because I can't do pits, I can't make my gear better, and because I can't make my gear better, I can't do pits. Like, it's a really bad cycle. So like,
Yeah.
I'm okay with them like decreasing the floor a bit, just that way those outliers of people who can't clear pits aren't just stuck at a wall, right?
Yeah, there's a really hard wall that you hit when you first get to max level. That like where it's really hard to do like your first masterworks and stuff.
Oh.
Like, and it takes forever to grind them out. And then,
I'm
like,
currently on a
once you
call
start
with
getting the
Sir K,
masterworks, your
Operator
power
Otter,
level
Ruse
increases
Cruz from
really
Goblin
fast.
Inc., and Sirach. This is interesting, though.
By the way,
Alright.
hi, BioBoi.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, Ruse?
I've been wanting to meet up with you at some point for a long time.
Yeah, we haven't had an opportunity to talk, but luckily
Yeah.
enough people are being social now. This is great. It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah,
Um,
we've got a hub now.
I literally screenshotted the fact that I have like all 5 of the biggest necro brains in one Discord channel right now talking about it.
So
Yeah, I like how we have our home here now, and this was like a rogue Discord we've taken over.
just stealing it.
Necro podcast.
So the only other things that are like really, really interesting that come out of this is the Paragon changes. Like Blood Begets Blood becomes a very significantly interesting and incredibly hard to get to node.
It's actually not. I'll shoot your
Incredible.
Paragon tonight for the Bone Spirit. It's incredibly easy once we rearrange some things.
Did you say
Yeah,
for Bone Spirit?
We're already running it for Bone Spirit. We're already running it
You're doing blood orbs for Bone Spirit?
with Blood Begets Blood. Yes.
Oh my no.
Sirach's on like a different.
Sirach, don't do
like-
this to me, boss. I don't want to
Bro,
run.
Giga brain.
Dude, I'm over 2 bill hits consistently right now. Like,
Yeah, but I don't want to run Corpse Tendrils makes blood orbs.
I
don't wanna do
understand that,
this.
but you're getting an extra 15%. Not a true 15,
30.
but we're going to 30% now.
Although,
Like-
how does... Because you're not going to get 10% per orb, right? So you're going to have to pick up twice as many orbs to cap it now.
No, I would assume
It's going to be
that
just
they've
the
changed it.
same.
Because
If
it
they
just
don't-
says maximum, though. Like, if you read
Yeah.
the patch note.
But I have hope in my heart. I have
All
hope
right,
in my
let me-
heart.
Or...
All right, hold on.
How well has that worked out for you, Backer?
I have hope in my heart, and you can't take this from me. Dun, dun,
Let
dun,
me-
Before
dun,
patch
let me
notes came out, I was
screenshot you
hoping Bone
something.
Spear was going to get buffed by 300%. So that didn't work out.
So that particular ship did not sail, it turns out.
All right, so I sent you a DM, Micro. It's got
All right.
that's the 7th board on my Bone Spirit.
Is blood begets blood?
It's by
Shit.
itself.
Just to get to the
Oh.
multi?
Yep, and I mean, it's not negligible, but that's like 160 additive also on the way there.
So hold on real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Wait,
6,
Straw,
7,
can you
8.
send me that Paragon too? Because I
10,
realize I should be running this in my
13,
Blood
14,
Artisan
15,
build, and I'm
16.
not, and I'm realizing I'm kind of dumb for not realizing I should be.
You're
running
not
this.
running
I'll
blood
shoot
against
you-
blood in your Blood Artisan's Cross build?
Yeah.
I'll
Well-
shoot you what I just sent him, but I'm not
You good,
finished.
homie?
I'm not finished working on
I'm
it.
telling you, you're gonna be doing 120s with that build.
How?
once you fix
Okay,
everything
no.
even before the
Let's
patch.
back up. Hold on, because now I realize it. Because you're doing multi-target bosses. That's how you're generating enough blood orbs fast enough. How do you do it on a single target?
I'm using this on single targets right now too. It's not you're not keeping the full multi up the whole time by any stretch, but I lost 4% HP to get there. I'll shoot it to you when I'm done.
If it goes up to 10% per orb, I think you got something legit. I'm gonna be a mean guy. I think you might be approaching Spirit Bomb, unless so I go do this to a pit boss. But I'd be more than happy to take a look at
I'm
it.
clearing. I just cleared a 117 with it.
I'm not saying you're not going to put in work. I'm wondering how much of this bonus you actually have, like second to second, as far as a DPS increase.
The thing
That's
is,
my pushback.
But any
the
decrease,
trash is half the dungeon still.
yes, and I'm clearing that remarkably faster.
Yeah, it's less for
Okay.
the boss, and it's more just for like being able
just
to
a
like clear
time
through the
sink.
dungeon.
Like, yeah, I mean, if
Okay.
half of our time reduces 1 minute, that's pushing more damage on boss anyway. So it's
Sure.
still, speed is DPS at this point.
I can see that. I can
So-
concede that point. You
And
have a
and,
point
and
there.
at the sake of losing 4% HP, okay. Even
Mm-hmm.
if it's only up for a third of the boss fight, you're still getting more DPS.
Where are you getting your vulnerable from, by the way? Are you running a vulnerable on
I'm
hit?
running Bone Prison.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
Bone
there
Prison.
you go, okay.
Bone Prison,
Prison
Bone
gives us-
Spirit, so good, dude. It's
Bone
stupid.
Prison's given us 42 max essence also.
I wanted to test Bone Spirit, and I started putting on the build, and then I started looking at the stat requirements. I was like, "Fuck this, bro!" I'm just gonna
Dude,
get to
it is without question the most stat heavy build that actually does something.
yeah.
I think
yeah, it
that
is.
something like Infinimist is actually the most stat heavy build. It just doesn't do anything. You put together
Hey,
all
I'm
these
cooking,
stats.
bro. Give me some time. I'm
Okay,
cooking.
okay.
I'm gonna get it.
Ruse is a believer.
Are
I'm
you
gonna
doing
get it.
are you doing damage over time, or are you doing crit?
Damage over time. I'm playing. I'm just playing the whole 100% uptime on AOD shit with Black River, and I got 100 mil dot.
Yeah,
pick,
sure. Yeah, yeah.
So
I can see that.
we'll see. I think
The only problem is you cast Blight 3 times, you can also get to 100 mil, and you're like, oops, I really put in a lot of time and
Yeah.
effort to do this, but not to dissuade you.
But then you can't play Black River though. which is
Exactly.
hype.
Then you can't, or you can, and you could just be a really bad Blight build, like I suggested.
True. But you got to put Black River in your thumbnail, dude. That's 20% more.
You
clicks.
have to. It's really important. The thing I'm actually super interested in trying out now is take Blight, max out crit, max out lucky hit chance, run Doombringer, and
God.
because they
X-Falls?
buffed Doombringer, run Doombringer, X-Falls, and Elemental Surge Temper.
I like it. I
actually think it's going to
genuinely like how that's
cracked.
done.
I think it's going to be cracked. It should approach something like a 30% chance to proc after all your multipliers, just for Doombringer. And then it's more like a 60 to 70% chance to proc X-Falls.
Buffed it
and-
by 100%. What's it?
Yeah, they doubled the damage on it.
What's it at right now? Can't
With
believe you're actually
with
making me
a
look at this.
with a focus and the weapon, it's currently at just over 11,000. So I think it's a proc base of 22 to 24k.
I don't think it's gonna be enough, man. I don't know. I tested,
But
X-Falls at
also
the start of the
X-Falls.
season. Dude, how hard are you getting your X-Falls to? Because when I was testing it, I was only getting it to 10 mil. It was almost bugged bad.
I was getting 40 mil, but even
Oh, were
then,
you?
40 mil was
Okay.
just not where it needs to be.
That's the problem. It's 40 mil when it procs, which is not good enough. That's why Infinimist wasn't good enough. Especially even with Crippling Darkness, even with 13 ranks to Crippling Darkness, I walked up to a boss and it laughed at me as it just watched me spin in circles in Blood Mist, and I was like, What is happening? Why am I doing
Well,
no
that-
damage?
By the way, that 100 mil dot tick I mentioned was in single target. I actually think this build can do something. I don't know. It's not going to be like an S tier build, but
Well,
It's
that's
definitely going to be a build.
to like pull back the curtain because I've already made the update to my build guide. I swapped Infinimus strictly over to the Black River damage over time setup, and it's just like here's all the multipliers for corpse explosion damage.
Were you
Enjoy.
playing the AOD or are you playing Bone Storm?
I was not playing AOD. I do like AOD though. I do like AOD.
Dude, otherwise you can't ever kill bosses. It's like
Mhm.
it's like there for like 5 years, dude.
I like AOD. Is it like AOD with fast blood?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah?
exactly.
It's
I like
basically
that.
the Blood Artisan build, but like bad.
Hey. Okay, all I'm gonna say is the Blood Arson build only exists because you saw me playing this.
Man,
No. I have screenshots. I have receipts of talking about this beforehand. Okay.
We're going into the logs, bro.
Alrighty.
No, you were talking about it before because of the Bloodlands version.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get BioBoi, you get 100% uptime on AOD and single target. With this
I believe
setup.
that. Oh yeah, 100%. I believe that. I believe
Which
that
is-
100%.
It's a decent amount of corpses. I need a lot. Like I need to fix my gear.
Here's the thing though, like it is a decent amount of corpses. It's like still half as many corpses as you need. Like I think they need to I think they need to revert the lucky hit chance proc on corpse explosion immediately.
Yeah.
They need to hire a high
agree.
schooler who's in advanced algebra so that they can
No.
fix this game.
No.
Too advanced?
No, it's I don't like shit. I don't like shit on people's intelligence like that. I would appreciate if it didn't happen around me.
Okay, sure. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of the changes that they make are like way too small or way too big or like not what it needs to be.
I think that I will definitely
Like,
agree
lucky
that
hit
there are some heuristics that are being used which are leading to changes which I don't think have a high accuracy rate of properly changing stuff. I agree with that 100%. Like my reaction when I saw that they nerfed it was just to go, why do you hate arguably the only interesting Necromancer build that exists currently?
The other thing is when those nerfs happened, that was when we still had the vampiric powers. So, and the vampiric powers for that build were crazy good because you got 100% uptime on vulnerable, you got the 60%, like you just had a lot of good powers. And then they took out the powers and it was like the build sucked again.
It's like, oh, wild.
Before.
And like walking into the pit, I'm like, oh, look at all this stuff that on paper should absolutely just crack this build into the next stratosphere. And then you realize that like every once in a while critting for like 10 to 50 mil is nothing.
Yeah,
and you go, wait a minute, what happened to these numbers?
Dude, it's crazy. Like, have you played Bone Spear or looked at like the minion Bone Spear shit?
Bone Spear, I have not played yet.
So basically, like the Bone Spears are hitting for like 20 mil or something. So it's like 20 mil. It's 1 in every 6 attacks from your guys, right? In pure minions, my mages are attacking 3 times every time they attack, and each attack is doing 50 to 60 mil.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
And like when you compare that to Bone Spear, it's like, what the fuck? Like they're doing 10 times as much damage per attack, and they're attacking like 8 times as much, and they proc every time instead of every 1 in 6. They're doing like 100 times as much damage.
Well, every time somebody's like, no, dude, you're sleeping on Bone Spear mages. I'm like, well, I'm not sleeping on it. I played it during the PTR and it does nothing. And they're like, no, you don't get it. And I go, well, hold on.
The cool thing now too is we have pits. So it's like someone's like, oh, you're sleeping on a build. Okay, link me a clear. And they're like, well, nobody's done it. It's like, okay. They're like,
no, there are claims on the Korean forums that somebody cleared a 120, but they didn't provide video proof, whereas the 115 does have video proof.
Yeah.
But
that's
115,
also,
I mean, that's cap, right? That's the cap it's hit so far.
Yeah, but that's also pure actual Bone Spear, right? Just like
No. 112 is pure Bone Spear. Minions have cleared 115. Bone Spear minions have cleared 115. Pure Bone Spear has cleared 112.
Is it
and there's an air quote claim that somebody's cleared 120, but again, there's no video proof to that other than the 115 that was cleared.
Okay.
Now, the caveat to that is the guy's gear for the minion Bone Spear build was like the most ungodly build like I've ever seen. That guy's gear was insane.
Like as we were discussing earlier, though, like the Korean RMTers for minions have the same level, so I think it's actually a pretty apt comparison.
Well, I mean,
Sure.
yes. If it's max clear as 112 when literally all
Yeah.
other minions of it's not comparable.
Yeah. It's like so much worse. I just meant like if that guy was in perfect gear and the Korean RMTers are in perfect gear and the RMTers with minions are clearing 15 pits higher, it's like it is what it is at that point. It's kind of what I'm saying.
All right, now it's time to try to roughly calculate the damage increase according to all the other changes and try to put that into a format that anybody will care about me talking about. So that's what I'm up to now, boys.
Good
All
luck.
right. Yeah, thank you, but good luck to you all as well.
The TLDR of this patch is that, hey, all of the non-meta builds are now strong enough to get masterwork materials. And all of the meta builds are stronger than they were before. Go have fun. That's the TLDR of the entire process.
Well, no, because like everybody got nerfed with holy bolts. Like I
Well,
think
yeah,
you're
but
I think you're gonna
minions
see people struggle busing.
Well, I
Mages are doing
I have
128
looked.
already.
I personally have looked at it through the lens of if you're using holy bolts, I just actually cancel that from any like standing in my head.
Mm.
So
Yeah, keep in mind, minions with no holy bolts already do 128s. They're
Yes,
closing in on
right.
after this
and
patch.
minions
they'll be doing
and
130s.
minions with if you take minions and you take out holy bolts and you put in the patch notes, they are stronger. They are better than they were.
I don't agree with that.
No. He's saying without considering holy bolts.
If you take holy bolts out of the equation, like considered now, like if we just look at minions and they're clear without holy bolts, and then patch notes drop, minions are stronger.
Yeah, they're gonna go.
Oh, sorry.
Like
I thought you
levels.
were assuming minion. Okay, sorry. I misunderstood what you're saying.
Well, are we talking about because of Gravekeeper glyph? What did minions
So Gravekeeper is buffing Golem, but mages are just better than Golem in my opinion at this point. And
mages are slightly better now, yeah.
And you can play Sacrificial in mages now instead of Grasping Veins.
You would not put Sacrificial. I'm sorry, boss.
Do the math, bro.
I did the math. It's a 12% increase in damage.
And what do you think Grasping Veins is? Also, I'm on 100% crit chance, by the way. Or I can without Grasping Veins.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it has such a dead aspect slot that, like, a 10% damage modifier is more than it was using before because Ruse was literally running Grasping Veins, which was doing nothing for him because he just couldn't find anything better. So, like, you're right. It's awful, but, like, there just wasn't anything better.
It should be about 5% more damage or something at the end of it. Pretty minor, but something. Also, I see you hovering Starless Skies. That's another thing I was thinking, actually. With Decrepify.
Yeah. I know some minion players are advocating pretty hard for Ring of Starlit Skies on mages.
If this works for mages, a 50 multi.
Yeah, it does work. The problem is it doesn't it doesn't have crit, and does it have attack speed? I think it does, right?
It has crit chance.
No attack speed. Sorry,
no attack speed. Correct. Yeah. So
the attack speed is always what like made.
And you're also missing out on ult cooldown, I guess.
Yeah, that's a fairly big deal in single target. In AoE, you have 100% all the time.
Yeah, because you don't have 100% uptime of Army of the Dead on minions.
With this, you do in single target. With mages, full this, but you have to have like perfect gear to do it.
So what are the offensive aspects that you're currently running? It's Blighted, Army of the Dead. Or Unyielding Commando, Reanimation.
And then
do you need Frenzied Dead?
Yes.
Okay. So it's Reanimation, Blighted, Unyielding Commander, Frenzied Dead. So you have one aspect slot open, and you're not running Intercom? Now that you can stand still enough?
Better than Enter. So we basically like initially we were trying it with Enter. The problem is like it's standing still is really hard. And the other thing is that the like because you're sacrificing the golem, you're getting the crit damage as well. So you have 50 plus you have the crit damage from golem, and then you also have like a lot of additive crit damage because crit damage is like the biggest additive damage you can roll. So all those things combined make Grasping Veins better for the crit chance. Obviously the crit damage doesn't work, but the crit chance makes it worth it.
Right. So, and I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood before. I thought you said that your build at this point no longer requires Grasping Veins, and that's why you have an aspect slot open.
Oh yeah. So to clarify, basically, I have a bunch of like GA attack speeds, and I'm slightly over attack speed cap. I'm at like 110 or 115. Basically, if I swap those to GA crit chance or get items with both, then I can actually cap crit chance without Grasping Veins with the 6% elixir.
Right. And then
So that's with, like, I would have to make changes to my setup, but it would be doable.
Would it actually be easier to get there just using the attack speed potion instead? Since isn't the potion additive damage?
Yeah, the potion doesn't add much damage. You're just playing for the crit chance.
Yeah.
The attack speed one is decent too. The problem is you already have crit chance and attack speed on every piece that can roll it besides necklace.
Yeah.
And so gaining some attack speed doesn't really help you because the only thing you'd be swapping the attack speed to on your gear is max health, which you just get one shot by everything anyway at that pit level. So like, why even bother? So like that, and like obviously you're dropping like full offense. You just accept if I get hit by a mechanic, I just die, or full defense. You drop full defense. So then
help me do this one more time. You would take to run sacrificial, you would take a 12.9 multi over intercom, which is a 10% multi that has an upside of outperforming.
Well, what'd you calculate at 12.9 at with what crit chance?
At 100% crit chance. The sacrificial bonus goes from a 35% multiplier to a 52.5% multiplier.
Oh, you did it without Memento Mori?
No, that's with Memento Mori. Memento Mori doesn't increase Golem. Memento Mori only increases skeletons.
Oh fuck, I forgot about that part. Oh, then yeah.
Okay. I gotta tell you, Roos, I'm sitting here running the numbers in my head, boss, and I'm like, help me understand this, because I'm looking at numbers.
Damn it! Okay. We're still running Grasping Veins. Fuck me, dude.
Sorry, boss.
It's over.
Well,
it's all over.
You got to go play Sork now or something. I don't know what it is.
It's time to go.
What do you think I'm doing?
I thought I was like, maybe if we could do 130s, maybe we'll be cool. Even though everyone else is doing fucking 150s or whatever at this point. But no, not even getting to 130s. GG.
It's so unironically, over this last event, I went to go play the Sorceress, and might I say, how come they get to have a cool skill tree with every single skill having the potential of impacting every other skill, and like each passive that I pick has various impacts on.
Whoa, hold up. You went to go play the PTR for what?
What?
You said you went to go do a PTR.
No, during this past event, I played the Sorceress. So during the Goblin, the Mothers, whatever, and the Goblin rides to level up as a new character.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Here's what I think happened. Here's what I think happened. They revealed D4, right? Like, and they revealed all the classes. Like, it was like 8 months or a year before release. And then people were like, "Where the fuck is Necro? Like, why are there only 4 classes in this game?" And they were like, "Oh shit! Like, this is bad PR. We need to get Necro in this. Like, people really want it." Okay, like it's half cooked. We're planning on putting in the expansion, but like let's just try to wrap it up real quick and put it in the base game. That's what I think happened. Because if you remember, Necro was not initially supposed to be in the game, and they added it later. And I think it was half baked, and they never finished cooking it.
It's like. It's honestly upsetting coming, like, obviously I love the Necromancer, right? Like, even just doing this,
we all do, bro.
Even just doing this basic arithmetic to walk away being like, everybody got 15% stronger. It doesn't matter, but you got stronger. I love that. Just like I showed up to the Sork, I didn't look up any build guides, I didn't look up anything. I found like the ice whatever pants, and it was like, if you're freeze stuff, it'll do frost novas. I was like, cool, I like frost nova. And then I found ice blades, and it's like, if you freeze something, it shoots ice blades. I'm like, that's cool. And it's like, here's blizzard, it does ice shards. That's kind of like ice blades, and you're definitely going to think these two effects are the same until you read them later. And I'm like, sick, I'll do that too. And I'm just walking around spamming blizzard everywhere, absolutely owning the hell tide, not doing any dick damage to single targets, but I don't care. I'm a cool blizzard. I have deep freeze. I have an ult that looks cool and does stuff. And I was just like, why doesn't the Necromancer get to have fun? Why don't
all of our aspects are just boring? Like,
why is it that Otter will never touch Necromancer for the rest of this season?
It's
say that now.
It's
say
rough,
it now,
buddy.
dude. You'll be back.
You'll
Yeah,
be
dude,
back.
I will
They
say
all
though
come
that at
back.
least the minions are cool now. Like
Minions are
the
cool.
minions are genuinely interesting now.
Minions are cool.
And you have to make tough decisions.
Minions are definitely cool, and I think there's something to be said about that. It's just it's rough, man.
Yeah.
It's rough just being like, oh wow, I get nothing. I don't get to have anything. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh,
Cool,
hey,
cool.
keep your head up, dude. We're getting 25% all res from Warrior Sacrifice now.
Hey man, if you have Memento Mori going and you do sacrificial, that's 60% resistance,
Dude, think about it. Like,
bro. Like, what
Think
else are you
about it.
doing?
dude,
I-
okay, this is what I think Blizzard needs to do, unironically. I think they need to change, like, you know, all those like random poison resist and darkness resistance nodes we
Mhm.
have? They need to change those to say maximum instead of just base. And
Oh,
then
that
when
would
you
be cool.
spec into like shadow stuff, it should give you max res, and then when you spec into poison stuff, it should give you max res. And I think potentially rolls on gear 2, but at least Paragon should say max.
I think they need to look at that. Was the other thing. I'm looking at the Sorceress Paragon. Every
Dude.
other node says damage reduction, and I'm like, what is? How come you get to have this? My
Bro.
my node says says resistance. Why do you get to
Yeah.
have this?
If you really want
unfair.
to tilt, go look at like on the Maxwell leaderboard and look at the rank 1 Necro clears and compare it to every other class and just watch the boss fight. The Necro
Oh
players
my God,
understand the
dude.
fights inside out and backwards. They know every fucking mechanic. They know how to dodge
Mhm.
everything. They play it
Yep.
perfectly. And the other classes, like you can just tell from watching it, they literally don't know how the fights work. They like actually don't know. They're just standing in Lilith waves. Oh my god, dude, it's so crazy.
Why would I need to dodge anything if I'm just permanently
Well, yeah,
invincible
they don't
and
have
Permanently
to
be
learn the
unstoppable?
fights. Like,
Who
it's not even
cares?
that they're bad. They just don't have to learn it. Like, why would you spend the time to perfect fights if you don't need to?
Who cares?
Why would you ever do that? That would be silly. No,
Yeah,
exactly.
like the first time I got super tilted, it was I don't know, like 2 weeks in maybe, and I showed up to Rob's stream because I needed to ask him a question, and Homeboy is in a 125 back when I had like just cracked 100 on Blight, and he is standing in the middle of the Den Mother, and he's swinging his attacks and he's doing stuff, and then she goes invisible and leaves a poison little ground right on top of
Yeah.
him, and then 3 different boss mechanics happen, and he stood completely still just swinging, because when she comes back she pops back in relative to your position, and then he just kept swinging at her after she did her jump attack at him,
Yeah.
and I'm like
So tilting.
What the fuck?
why don't you have to move? Those will kill you. He goes, oh no, I have 400,000 life. Why would I move? And I went, I'm sorry, one more time, just that number
It was.
out loud.
It's so weird because it's like every class is so much tankier than Necro, and it's the thing that I don't get. That's kind of like Heart and Bones is 25%. That's a big freaking
That's
number.
huge.
Tyrael's Might is insanely good as well. And then like you can also run like Harlequin or something, and like even if you're playing all of that, you still just die to everything. Like,
You could also put on
Yeah, we
might,
ran-
like it just doesn't matter. Like
it just,
we
yeah,
ran,
exactly.
We were in the Blight the other night with Shaco and Tyraels, and it was just like, why am I still taking more damage than a level 50 Barb?
yeah, how am
Yeah.
I still dying?
Yeah, and
The,
I think what it is a bunch of small. They have a ton of like 6%, like 6% max life, 6% DR, 3% max life. Like I think other classes are just like covered in that stuff. And then like Rogue has that roll on their chest piece. Like one roll on their chest piece is worth like 60 DR or something like that.
Mhm.
Like, and Necro just can't compete with this shit.
I've been running with Boiler, his support druid at night the past couple nights.
Yeah,
and
my boy Boiler.
he's bringing in the crazy DR,
Support
and
druid.
it's just like, wait a minute, why am I alive? I just stood in this.
Dude, it's crazy.
It's wild, man. It's just
You play with a druid and they fucking roar and like you just stand in mechanics and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
wow.
wild.
I thought
We,
the roar didn't affect echo mechanics.
It doesn't, but like
It doesn't,
everything
but we're
else.
talking about. Pit bosses are a joke now.
Even like Duriel, like you can just stand in like everything Duriel. Like I remember we did Duriel, like when we started doing Uber Duriel, I was like it was hard for me. And then like I did it with Ace and he was on Druid and it was like, oh, I could just stand in everything now.
It's the last thing I'll leave y'all with was I forget when it was, but we were talking, like somebody brought up Heart and Bones, and I was like, yeah, I mean, like, this is awesome. We did lose like 80 DR on our pants and on our chest walking into the season,
Yeah.
so like that's kind of nothing. And somebody had the audacity to be like, nice complaining from a necromancer where you get free DR in your skill tree. And I went,
Oh my-
Dude.
hold on. I literally don't know what the other character skill trees say. Hold on. and I just opened up the Barbarian and I typed in damage reduction to our search filter, and like 6 things glue. And then I went to Druid and like 10 things glue. And then I went to Necromancer and it was Death's Embrace and Standalone. And I went, wow. Wowie. I
And,
can't
you
even.
don't even want to play Standalone in many builds anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm like,
The worst part is when they're like, "Oh, you have Blood Mist. Blood Mist is broken," and I'm just like,
It's just worse Flame Shield. Like,
it's worse Barb face tanking. That's what it is.
yeah.
actually,
Why would I
that's
press
true.
Blood Mist when I can play Barb and just take the damage?
Well, I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, aside from minions, you don't do damage in Blood Mist, and even with minions, you lose damage anytime you're in Blood Mist because you're not proccing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
Even in Infinimus, like, oh, go on.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was gonna be my point. I was like, even in Infinimus back in the day, it's like, yes, now I'm finally, I can't cast anything else, and I can die when I get out of this, but now
At least when I'm in it.
now, while I'm in it, oh man, I'm sure I'm doing blood-soaked damage. Let's go, baby. Yeah, but all right, I do have to skedaddle.
Well, I was just gonna say one thing. I was just gonna say that I had a lot of fun going back and forth, and I think it was season 2 with the Infinimus builds. I hope there's like no hard feelings.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all, boss. No, thank you for addressing, but no, not at all. I'm not. I am very much a. If I do have a problem, I will voice that problem, as I generally want everybody to be comfortable in the ways that they see fit. So, yeah, but thank you, man.
Okay. Well, it's good meeting you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting you as well. All right, boys. Good theory crafting. Good luck. Obviously, ping me if you've got questions and stuff.
Yeah, thanks for dropping in.
Sounds good.
Yeah, of course, boys. All right, be good.
Easy.
Peace.
All right. Oh. What was T about the Infinimus thing? Oh, sure, yeah. So, and again, literally no hard feelings. It was during the time after in season 2, a lot of people started asking the question, what about Black River with Infinimus? And back then, what was it? I think it was the vampiric powers, right, in season 2? The vampiric powers added on enough damage over time damage to make scaling the corpse explosion damage high enough to perform at the same rate as Infinimus, going the crit version of the build. And basically, I have been pretty anti Black River for a long time because people would go like, why aren't you using it on the build? And I go, I'm the crit focus version. And they go, you should do damage over time. And I go, it doesn't really work that well. And if you could get the gear together and stack effects high enough, you could generate enough corpses for it to perform very well. And at the time, Ruse had put out a video that was comparing their clear time against the clear time of one of my videos. Like, hey, they do this boss at this point, I do it at this speed, so it's better. So then I started getting a lot of questions about that. And like, there was a little bit of a problem where it was like, the clip was from a video where I was actually very specifically highlighting how slow the build is to start, but if you were to swap out these pieces of gear, how much faster it would be. So it wasn't a very valuable comparison. And I just got a lot of questions about it. And then I had to put out a video that was like, here's why I do not like Black River, to like more generally speak about it. To like, here's exactly how the math works out in my head, and this is how I feel about it. But it was basically like people saw two people having different opinions, so those two people must have it out for each other, which is just like not a thing. But that's the tea. The internet interprets anything that is opposed as angry. Was this a hot fix? This is patch notes for Monday. They did not fix any bugs, which sucks. I'll be honest with you. I assume there are bugs that will be fixed in season. So what we have to remember is that like basically the whole schedule has kind of been sped up. So these are balance changes. The PTR is going to be for what season 5 is. Season 5 is almost certainly where they have fixed a lot of bugs. So there's no real reason to fix it here when we're going to see it in the PTR and then it'll get implemented for the next season. That's what I'm assuming. or they might be unannounced for sure. Okay, so now I think we have the sacrificial changes done. And I think we can talk about this. It's not a bug fix, it's a mechanical change. So, although it is, well, hold on. Oh, no, because they do say unintentionally. It was unintentional. So here's the weird part. They put it under bug fix. They say it was scaling unintentionally. But what they said is that it now deals damage as a percentage of weapon damage, as opposed to a percent of enemy health. I don't know how that's a bug fix. It's kind of like not a bug fix at all. What up, Conspire? Conspire, Ultra Turk, Nature's, Loose Moose, thank you very much for the follows. Jugger and Unicorn Reach Around, thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate you. Unicorn, thank you for the 6 months. Zocker, Doc, thank you for the 40 bits. Cope Does, Calamer, Numbness, Guillermo, thank you for the follows. Also, thank you for all the likes on the stream on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, you haven't liked the stream yet, consider clicking that button. I would really appreciate it. Do it now. Click the button. Sacrificial can be used while using minions. Sure, if you're sacrificing the golem, yes. I think it's a bug fix because they said they would only do you know what? It's kind of interesting. All right, let's do a video on this. All right. Cost, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Alrighty. So we just got the patch notes for the upcoming 1.4.3 build. This will be launching on June 17th, this upcoming Monday, if you're watching this video on the day that it comes out. And while probably the biggest news is the change to how Holy Bolt's Elixir work, that's not what we're here to talk about. Although KEKW to all the builds that were relying on Holy Bolt's Elixir, it's just going to be significantly harder for you to be able to push with it, although it still will do damage. And I almost surely assume there will be bugs with it, but that's not what we're talking about here in this video today. No, we need to talk about the fact that the developers saw fit to just increase every single one of the sacrifice bonuses in the Book of the Dead for the Necromancer, and it's kind of difficult to understand how much these various changes all really add up to on these builds. So I did what I always do. I made a data sheet where I crunched every single number comparing the old and the new. On top of that, comparing the old and new when considering Memento Mori, which gives you a 60% bonus to all of this. And on top of that as well, they also increased the sacrificial aspect. Sacrificial says that your sacrifice bonuses are increased by another 25% multiplier. And upcoming in this patch, it's actually going to be a 50% multiplier. So that means that you have your base, various damage bonuses. You get a 60% bonus from Memento Mori and then a 50% bonus, all of these multiplied together. So we also included the difference if you include sacrificial to understand just how valuable is this aspect now on your build if you wanted to slot it in. So let's go ahead and go through the math just so that people have a better understanding of what to grok here and what to really hold on to, and then carry that through to talk about the relative changes and at what points your build have gained damage increase. Because basically every single non-minion build and even Shadow Mages have gained increased damage from the changes to the Book of the Dead. So when we're talking about the sacrifice bonuses for the Book of the Dead, we're talking very specifically about sacrificing our skeleton warriors, sacrificing our skeleton mages, and sacrificing potentially our golem. Each one of these carried along with it some type of bonus. So sacrificing your bone golem gave you 10% increased attack speed, sacrificing your blood golem gave you 10% increased maximum life, and sacrificing your golem gave you a 30% damage multiplier if you successfully crit. The other thing to understand is that we also had Memento Mori, which if you put 3 skill points into this and you sacrifice your skeleton warriors and your skeleton mages, their bonuses were increased by 60%. Keep in mind, Memento Mori does not look at and does not care about your golem, and you don't need to sacrifice your golem to get this bonus. As such, Memento Mori does not impact the golem part of these calculations at all. But when we look at what the original amounts for all of these things were in order, going from warriors to mages to golem, you could get 5% crit chance from sacrificing skirmishers. You could get 20% resistance from sacrificing your defenders. You could get a 15% shadow damage boost from sacrificing your reapers. You could gain 15 essence from sacrificing your shadow mages. You can gain a 15% vulnerable damage multiplier from sacrificing your cold mages, and you can gain a 25% multiplier from sacrificing your bone mages for overpower damage. And then, like I said, 10% attack speed from your golem, 10% maximum life from your blood golem, and then 30% multiplier when you crit from your iron golem. Now, they just increased all of these numbers. So crit chance is now 10% crit chance. It's actually just like pretty good right off the bat. You get 25 res. It's a 20% damage multiplier from shadow. You get 20 essence. Oh, and on top of that, they actually added the fact that now that when you sacrifice your shadow mages, you also gain an essence generation percentage, which is really nice. Basically, you use the maximum essence option in the early game when your gear is weak enough where this outperforms the vulnerable damage multiplier. And this also just makes essence generation easier to manage before your gear is fully online. So I actually really, really like that change. And it's also just generally good for leveling in the early game too. But they increased all of these numbers. Basically, damage multipliers all got an additional 5%. That's not the same thing as them all increasing by 5%. They all got 5%. So from 15 to 20 and from 25 to 30. And then from 30 to 35. So when we talk about just how much damage do these increases impact on their various builds, if you sacrificed your shadow reapers, you're now doing 4% more damage. If you sacrificed your mages for vulnerable damage, you're also doing 4% more damage. If you sacrificed your mages for overpower damage, you're now doing less than, So when we talk about the damage increase just from these changes, ignoring basically every other thing, like don't worry about Memento Mori, don't worry about sacrificial, just the damage increase you get right now for having these buttons clicked, you get 4.3% more shadow damage, 4.3% more vulnerable damage, 4% more overpower damage, and 3.8% more critical strike damage. Now, just to very quickly touch on how do you do that math, we used to have a 20% damage multiplier. And just for the context of how do you even get to this number, like how do you determine what the relative increase in damage is, what you do is you compare the new multiplier, which is a 1.2 times multiplier, against the old multiplier, which is a 1.15. So the difference in doing 1.2 times your damage as opposed to 1.15 times your damage is 4.3478, blah, 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 blah. So that's how we get to these numbers. It's really important to not just look at what the relative increase in the multiplier itself is, but actually how much it increases your damage by. Because it turns out going from 15% to 20% is a 33% increase in that multiplier, which is true. That is accurate. You have increased that number by 33%. That is not the same thing as saying that we have increased our damage by 33%, because the multiplier itself is 100 plus this bonus and not just this bonus in a vacuum. Here is where we can already calculate just how much stronger a certain build has become, which is the Bone Spirit build. Bone Spirit sacrifices its mages for an overpower multiplier, and it sacrifices its golem for a crit damage multiplier, but it continues to use defender minions because we need them to generate essence through Requiem, etc., etc. So the Bone Spirit build, just based off these sacrifice changes, now does 8% more damage, and basically We also have to do a little bit of a calculation, which will probably be its own video, which talks about what essence opportunities there are here, considering that we can get more essence out of sacrificing our minions, and whether or not that means that we should use the overpower multiplier or the essence multiplier. I've done some napkin math, and it's absolutely that the overpower multiplier is just strictly stronger. But again, I'm going to do a whole video about that because I know people are going to have a lot of questions. But yes, I've thought about it. Yes, I have a little note here. I'll also include this page here so that people can go take a look at these numbers if they want to themselves. And then the only other thing to note is that you're going to see like these little asterisks next to an X where increasing crit chance. Does this increase your damage? Technically speaking, it might if your build needed more crit chance, or if your build can now afford to drop a crit chance stat on your gear. Technically speaking, this crit chance could increase your damage. How would I personally calculate that for you? Physically impossible to do that. And that's going to require just like a lot more testing later on to figure out like what that means for these builds and what it does allow you to change. Most notably from the things with asterisks, the attack speed and the maximum life sacrifices for the golem are actually very significant. Because oddly enough, there are builds, most notably shadow dot builds, that don't care about sacrificing for the crit damage, but would love to get more maximum life as well as more attack speed from these sacrifices. So that is important, that is valuable, that will increase survivability or damage output. But again, just something that's very, like nearly impossible for me to calculate without looking at a specific build and its specific stats. Okay, that's it with the caveats. Now let's talk about the impact from Memento Mori and how much more valuable these stats are for sacrificing your minions. So here in column F, these are the values that you used to get from having Memento Mori. So instead of getting 5% crit chance, you would get 8% crit chance because it's a 60% bonus on top of the 5% that we had previously. Now, with the increase to the base stat, you're getting 16% crit chance from sacrificing your skirmishers and having Memento Mori. That's how we're going to get to the numbers in here, column G, and how much their relative damage numbers are going to increase from here. So again, like you get 16% crit chance. You could have 40% resistance from defenders. Not that you need resistance at all, but it's cool that the number gets that big. We're now getting a 32% multiplier for shadow damage. We're getting 32 essence. Again, 32 vulnerable damage multiplier, a 48% overpower multiplier. And then again, remember that your golem is unaffected by Memento Mori. The reason why we have old Memento Mori over here is because technically speaking, this is based off of the old stats that we had, and they did buff the golem. So new Memento Mori is actually just representative of the fact that these numbers are now new. I also have notes here, which is Memento Mori doesn't affect golem, but golem in general got buffed. Now, how much of an increase is this change in Memento Mori? So assuming that you're sacrificing both of your skeletons, how much more damage are you now doing because you have these 3 skill points in your skill tree? For shadow damage, it's a 6.45% damage increase. Same for vulnerable. For overpower, it's a 5.7% increase. And then very specifically, just because we don't do this analysis anywhere else, the change. And now here's where we can start to look at some builds, basically every single non-minion build, and technically speaking, also shadow mages. I realized I didn't include this one here, but technically speaking, shadow mages are now just that much more stronger because they do sacrifice their golem. But now we can start to look at how much stronger the different types of builds on the Necromancer have become if they are sacrificing their minions. So for shadow crit builds, this is Sever, this is Infinimist, this is going to be a new proc blight build I'm going to work on as soon as I get a Doombringer, since they buff that as well. But your shadow crit builds, ones that do shadow damage, vulnerable damage, and critical strike damage, have become 17.6% stronger. That's like decent. If you saw my most recent video where I basically said all of the core skills can't actually scale because their damage numbers are too low, this is not nearly enough. They basically need like a 10 times multiplier to be on the same scale as things like Ebon Piercer and Bone Spirit and Minions. But they have become 17.6% stronger. They are doing 17% increased damage for doing nothing else. They don't have to change anything else about their build. They're just that much stronger. Shadow dot builds, so this is Blighted Corpse Explosion, as well as Shadow Bloodwave or Shadow Surfer, and Blight, most notably, are 13% stronger. Bone Spear is now 10.5% stronger. The blood builds in general are just under 10% stronger. And then again, Shadow Mages have gained 3% damage just from this change because they sacrifice their crit golem for more damage. Now let's talk about the sacrificial aspect and how much this increases your minions. But now let's talk about the sacrificial aspect, because the interesting part about sacrificial is that it's really hard to kind of calculate how valuable it is. It doesn't have a direct one-to-one correlation between increasing your sacrifices means that you do this much more damage. Like, you can't look at it as it is right now and go, oh, it's clearly a 50% damage multiplier. Well, no, it's not. It's increasing 3 different multipliers that you have and increasing their values by 50%. And you need to look at how much that is versus how much it was to figure out the actual increase in damage, and then put all those things together to figure out whether or not this aspect is good for you to use on your build. So right now, putting sacrificial onto like a one-hander, like not putting it onto your amulet and not putting it onto your two-hander, people are going to ask a question like, oh, why wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't it make it better? Remember, doubling up something like Blighted gives you a 240% total damage multiplier. Doubling up sacrificial is not going to get anywhere near those numbers, but they are pretty substantial. So if you were to sacrifice your skirmishers, have Memento Mori, and put on sacrificial at a 50% bonus, you're now gaining 24% critical strike chance, which is 8% additional critical strike chance, which starts to beg the question of, if I'm sacrificing all my minions, do I need something like Grasping Veins for the crit chance, or can I actually just run sacrificial? Yes, you lose out on the multiplier too, but we have to think about these numbers in more interesting ways just outside of pure damage to figure out how much utility they add to your build. Similarly, you can gain 60% resistance. Not that you need it, but you do. Your shadow damage multiplier becomes a 48% multiplier. You get 48 total essence. Your vulnerable damage is a 48% multiplier. Your overpower damage is a 72% multiplier. And because sacrificial does work for your golems, you can either gain 22% attack speed, 22% maximum life, which is actually really significant. That is a huge amount of maximum life there. Yes, it's the difference between 22% and 15%, but that is a massive, massive increase. And then on top of that, your golem crit multiplier becomes a 52% multiplier. But what does that mean for you in the actual expected damage increase from each one of these numbers? Shadow damage, this is a 12% increase in shadow damage. It's a 12% increase in vuln damage, 16% increase in your overpower damage, and a 12 or nearly 13% increase in crit damage. Okay, great. What does that mean for my build? How much value does putting sacrificial on my build do right now for me? Well, it's going to similarly follow the increases that we just saw in build damage outright, because they're going to be using the same types of multipliers to figure out this math. So your Shadow Crit builds, again, Sever, Infinimist, a Proc Blight build if I can find myself a Doombringer, is gaining a 42% multiplier from putting this aspect on. That's actually really big. If you think about the fact that we currently use Damned, which is a 50% damage multiplier, the Shadow Crit builds could gain a 40% multiplier by putting this aspect onto their build right now. That's basically like putting on the Ring of Starless Skies from before, although that one has been buffed recently, but that is a sizable amount of a damage increase. For Shadow Dot builds, it's like gaining a 27% multiplier, so it's like gaining Conceited Aspect, except you don't have to have Barrier up, and it outperforms Conceited just a little bit here. Bone Spear, similarly, it's like gaining a 25% damage multiplier. Blood builds actually get to enjoy a 31% damage multiplier from this aspect, and similarly, Bone Spirit builds also get to gain a 31% damage increase here. That's fairly significant. For the bone, no. Nope, 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 nope. Whereas the Bone Spirit build would only enjoy a 12% damage multiplier here, so slightly outperforming Inner Calm if you haven't stood still for 3 seconds, but generally not better than any of the options. So while I don't believe that Sacrificial is all of a sudden going to make a huge splash across the majority of builds, there are definitely scenarios where you kind of had a free floating aspect slot, and you were looking for whatever the best option is. And at the very least, if you are sacrificing the minions that are relevant for your build, you can enjoy better than conceded uptime and better than conceded performance by putting Sacrificial on, as opposed to not having run it previously. This does require you to sacrifice all of your minions to get the benefit of it, obviously. These are very specifically talking about the sacrifice changes and the sacrificial glyph and the sacrificial aspect. So always keep that in mind. These numbers are going to look vastly different if you're only sacrificing like one or two or one or the other, or only one type of skeleton as opposed to the other ones. So always just keep that in mind as well. In general, how do I feel about the Book of the Dead changes? I do appreciate the fact that they said, hey, the Book of the Dead sacrifices are now just like not up to snuff with the amount of value that you gain from running your minions. And it was always meant to be a legitimate secondary form of playing the Necromancer. You either did use minions or you didn't use minions, and they were supposed to be roughly equivalent in output or options for builds to benefit from them. I do like the fact that also, like early on, once you start sacrificing your minions, getting a huge amount of crit chance or attack speed or maximum life or just straight up damage multipliers is now significantly better than it was previously. And that these numbers are significant. They're not enough to bridge the gap with the issues in my previous video, but they are significant, and I do like that sacrificial, most notably, is an aspect that you can quite legitimately consider running on your build, and you should enjoy the benefits of it if you have a floating slot where you just can't really figure out how to fit in another aspect. Now you always have a good option as long as you're sacrificing your minions. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more analysis on just how impactful all of these things are across the board. Typically, I tend to do like this big chart that says like, here's how much stronger these builds are in total and what is relevant for them. I'm going to create that. But I thought that the Book of the Dead was kind of substantial enough where I could put all these things together in one easy place for people to look at so that people can kind of sit down with it, digest it. Let me know down in the comments if you have any questions, concerns, ideas, if you came up with like an alternative like conclusions based off of all this. I'd love to hear from you. If you're brand new here, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. If you're a minion sacrifice enjoyer like me, go ahead and toss a like onto the video as well. If you wouldn't mind doing that, I would deeply appreciate it. But as always, thank you so much for watching this video. I truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you when the patch goes live. Okay, first video done. Okay, let's go back here. We'll do this. I should also stand up because it has been 3 hours and I didn't stand up all throughout yesterday's stream. Okay, next, what we're going to do is look at current builds and just write down notes. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Do you mind giving a bit more detail on why Bone Spirit wants to sacrifice mages? Because it's a larger damage multiplier than having them out. How long roughly does it take Rogue to get the Marksman Finesse Temper for crit damage to use for other classes you're starting level 1? I have no idea, boss. The Necromancer doesn't have to do that type of stuff, so I've never timed it. I assume the answer is an amount of hours. Grim says 4 hours. I would trust him. But the Necromancer doesn't have to do that because we don't have anything that really, like, we have Deathless Visage, which can benefit from that. Which build is Shadow Crit? That is Olden Finamist, as well as Sever and a Blight proc build. Angus, thank you very much for the follow. Blood begets blood is a very interesting change.
Thank you for all the work you put in so we can be better at D4.
Yeah. Bayonet, thank you so much for the 2 months, Boo. I appreciate you. All right, let me get up and stretch. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. You should get up and stretch as well, drink some water, get a snack. Yo, holy, we have more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch right now. That's insane. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could throw a like onto the video, I'd really appreciate that. That helps me out a ton, but that's fucking insane. I haven't had more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch ever before, I don't think. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate y'all. I'll leave this up on the screen just so that people can read it. All right, I'll be RB. Ah. All right. Okay. What up, Cyber? This is too much. Just play the game and have fun. Fuck you. Thank you for telling me I'm playing my video game wrong. Have you looked at all the changes? I feel like I'm doing part of something big. Got to watch my first video get created. Nerd out with the other Necros. That was a good time. I also haven't had a chance to talk to Ruse yet, so it's good to be able to talk to him too. Yeah, that's what I expected. All right. Okay. Have fun. All right. So. Do you think we're able to reach 275 essence without Requiem aspect? Do I think that you're able to do that? You are, but you will do less damage. Do I have some good Blight build cooked up? I do. We already have a Blight build. It's fully updated on Max Roll. Are you sad no BlizzCon this year? I am. I'm actually like very sad, Watt. I'm glad we were able to meet at the dude. Being at the meet and greet. All right, we're gonna very quickly talk about BlizzCon, right? Because not a lot of people have this context. So this past year, I was invited out to BlizzCon by Blizzard. I was invited out there for a couple things. I got to go to the Blizzard campus, and I got to try out the Gauntlet. And was it Abattoir of Zir? I forget. It was two of the things that were coming to the game. I got to try them out. I got to give my feedback to the developers. I just got to meet all the developers. Like, obviously I've talked with them in meetings and over calls and you know, like just being part of the partner program, obviously, but I got to like meet them in the real world. And Joe Shelley gave me a Kareem Jackson, rather. Andrew Jackson, our president. No, Adam Jackson. Which was just like huge for me. That was massive. It was just awesome to be able to like sit down, ask him questions, etc. And they were having a meet and greet for Diablo content creators. So who's involved in this meet and greet? Well, it was Riker, Amaranth, the streamer Amaranth, the content creator Amaranth, and it was supposed to be, I think it was supposed to be Darth Microtransaction. But Darth Microtransaction got injured and couldn't make it out to BlizzCon. So at the last minute, they were like, hey, do you want to do a meet and greet? And I was like, MacroBioBoi. Do I want to do a I'll do a meet and greet. Who else is part of it? Riker and Amaranth? Guys, hey, I appreciate y'all's confidence in me, belief in me. I'm not Amaranth. I'm not even Riker. But that was very, very cool. Just vibing to the music. It was so fun. Dude, I was, because here's the thing. Basically, so here was the thing. Everybody who was in line, who was just like straight up Diablo fan, was there to see Riker. Everybody who was an Amaranth fan was there to see Amaranth. Then there was me at the end. And I wanted to make sure that I engaged every person visually, because I know that we're dealing with a bunch of nerds, right? So not everybody who is like comfortable to do something may want to, like, if I'm not engaging them visibly, they may feel like, oh, they're whatever, right? Morgan, thank you very much for the follow and thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. So I would make eye contact. And like, so like Watt was one of them. Watt here in chat. I got to meet Blue Rex, who's actually a Blizzard dev who apparently likes my D2 stuff. I got to meet another person. I'm sorry, your Twitch handle is escaping me right now. If I saw it, I would remember it. But I got to meet like 6-7 people. There was this one kid. There's this one dude. He walks up to Riker and he's like, oh my God, so excited to see you. And he gets this thing signed. And they had like given out posters, so everybody was signing the posters. And my table was like weirdly slanted. So if I put down the Sharpies, they would roll off. So I just had to hold the Sharpies in my hand like, duh. And then they would like stop at Amaranth and like, oh my God, a fucking real celebrity, right? And then they would like, he just like walks up to me and he puts out his poster and I have the Sharpie. I'm like, oh, hey, what's going on, man? And I go to sign it. And he just looks at me and goes, what do you do? I'm like, oh, I'm a Diablo partner. I make content for Diablo 2 and Diablo 4. And he's like, oh, cool. Thanks. I was like, yeah, no problem. No problem, boss. But like 5 or 6 people who like were like, oh shit, it's you. I was like, me? I mean, I am here. Yeah, I agree. I'm definitely here. What do I have to pay you to let your Tism run while building a Frozen Orb, Sork? You don't have to pay me. I was looking at Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is definitely a very cool build. I will have to check out the Sorceress more after the patch drops. Everybody likes the type of stuff that they like. It's not really about comparison, just strictly from a numbers point. At that point, I think I was at like 40,000, maybe no, I was at like 30,000 subscribers on YouTube and like 18,000 on Twitch. And you're talking about Riker, who's like going for 1 million subscribers, and Amaranth, one of the most famous people on the internet currently. The numbers, it was just a difference of numbers. But it was cool, man. It was cool. So most of the time I would make eye contact with people and they would give me the, hey, and like keep walking, because they don't know who the fuck I am. And why would they? They shouldn't know who I am. But we were stationed right outside of the Overwatch finals. And the Overwatch finals had some banging like EDM going. Thank you, Watt. I appreciate it, man. It was a very cool experience. It was cool meeting people. It was cool anybody saying like, hey man, I like your stuff. And I'm like, that's actually insane that you even have a concept of who I am. So thank you. I appreciate that. I also wish that cold mages were blood mages. Absolutely. For your blight build you have up, could you put Doombringer in that build after the update? No, you cannot. You can play a different build, but Doombringer doesn't do anything for blight. Blight does damage over time. Is Shielding Storm going to be mandatory? Shielding Storm was widely considered mandatory up until you needed the aspect slots to be able to put more damage. Now it's just strictly better, and you could probably get away with not using Ultimate Shadow. Since now it scales with maximum life. Think we would vibe better? Hey man. It's a vibe. Remember PC with Riker, you, Woody, and a cake? Hey man, that's yes, no, I do remember what. Thank you. That's awesome, man. That was a pretty cool little I think that poster was pretty cool. When patch release? Monday. No, Shielding Storm has been base life the entire time. It just turns out that Ultimate Shadow is very good at adding on additional barrier gen. Okay. There's not really like enough for me to do more deep dive. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm ready. All right, one more video. Want to say thank you for the Blight guide. Hey, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. All right, one more quick video. Hi, YouTube. All right, one more quick video. There's actually not that much more to kind of talk about, honestly, which is interesting. Oh shit! Hold on. This was the poster. Oh yeah, because it was split it down the middle. So this was the poster. that Watt just sent over. This is the poster from BlizzCon. You have Anacake up there. You got Riker, Voody, and you got me, baby. Let's go! This is a cool poster. This was the Mountain Dew Game Fuel. They had purple Game Fuel there. Wow. It was good. It was tasty. It tasted like purple. Like, yeah, because we had this like color palette. It's like, oh, what color do you want? I like Rikers. Rikers is very like 80s metal. Also, okay, so here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. I don't have a signature, right? Like, I haven't come up with a cool signature. And I wasn't expecting to have a cool signature because I wasn't expecting to do a meet and greet. And then they're like, you got to go sign stuff. I was like, I don't have a signature. I guess I'm just MBV. All right, this is me. This is A. Also, notice how my B's are literally different shapes. Fun fact, I don't know what it is about my brain. I don't make the same shape every time when I write stuff. I just don't. Like if you look at the like 6 people's stuff I signed that day, they're all different. Cuz I just like I do it and then I do it again and then my hand forgets and then it does it again. Hey, thank you, big boy. Appreciate that. What's the vibe check on the notes? For Necro? Very little. Sure. I don't need that excuse. This is such a cool poster. Hey man, thanks for meet and greeting me. That's cool. I have to find mine. All right, let's finish this up. Alrighty, so we have the patch notes, and I think that it's important to kind of preface these patch notes a little bit because this is our mid-season patch, except everything is being sped up because we need to have a Season 5 PTR, and they needed these changes to already be in effect because these changes are part of what is coming for Season 5 and the balance changes that they made for Season 5, changes to items and stuff like that. So they needed the game to more appropriately represent what's set up for because of Season 5. And all of our timelines are being, again, sped up here because we have to have the release of the expansion on October 8th. So if we were to go like 3 months out from right now and then try to go 3 more months out, that would eclipse October 8th. So everything is going to be shorter and tighter and more constricted. So we have to start doing the PTR for Season 5 now so we can get out Season 5 sooner so that the Season 6 can launch with the expansion. Why do I feel the need to say that? Well, other than what I think are some like pretty cool changes kind of across the board, and I will just like go through the generic changes and then come down and go to the Necromancer specific changes. I just put out my video about the Book of the Dead and the sacrificial changes. And I think you should really recommend because that required a bit more of a deep dive to really understand. But there's not a lot in here. There's some cool stuff, but there's not a lot in here. And if I'm being honest with you, I think the vast majority of the issues that I brought up in my most recent video where I kind of mostly just complained that the core skills, and this is more of like a class-wide thing, it's not even just a Necromancer, but core skills just can't compete with the amount of multipliers that more niche skills or unique aspects, or even just like cool damage aspects, like the Twister Barb and Ebon Piercer Blight Necromancer get to enjoy the benefit of. And it just doesn't address any of that. Why? Because I think a lot of that is going to be in Season 5. So there's no reason to like roll it out here because we're already going to be like just trying to enjoy the season as much as possible before we hit that breakneck speed of the next ones. So I think that preface is important. With the things that are here, there are some cool things. One, this isn't going to seem that impactful, but they're increasing how much your potions are going to heal you for. The reason why this is so cool is because it's going to make items like Soul Brand and Temerity significantly better. because you were already using potions to be able to build up a ton of barrier with Temerity. And on Soul Brand gives you barrier according to how much the initial heal heals you for, as opposed to giving that to you as immediate health. And increasing that heal amount by 200% means you're going to be generating a ton of very relevant barrier. Add on to that, they also made Shielding Storm stronger, where I think that we're going to regain some of the survivability that at least the Necromancer in particular had lost out on walking into this season. I like this change because we have so much maximum life now, and things do so much damage that being able to actually outperform that damage, especially things like bleed and poison, feels real bad in the current game. And I think that this should go a long way to help to mitigate that. At the very least, it'll make those Helltide events where it's constantly draining your health just that much easier to get through, especially if you haven't built out your kit to very specifically be able to offset that. They took the aspect of the Protector that says you get that big shield for 5 seconds that makes you invulnerable to damage and just made it happen 50% more often. I'm not sure if this is necessarily good enough at this point, but it triggering once every 20 seconds means that you will have it up multiple times during an extended elite fight, or during a pit boss fight. And maybe that is good enough to be able to stack on big damage windows where you don't have to worry about stuff. I'm definitely going to try it out because this has always been kind of good enough. Not really, it's definitely been eclipsed for a while, but it's such a powerful effect that it needs that long cooldown. But I'm excited to see what it looks like with this number on it as opposed to the 30 seconds it had previously. For the mythic uniques, the mythic uniques, those items that we definitely have. No, these are the uber uniques. They've actually made some pretty impactful changes to these items. So Indariel's is now going to spawn poison novas on the targets that get hit as opposed directly on the player itself. That means that long range damage abilities will be able to spread the poison nova further. On top of that, it's going to increase this damage by 50%. There are already some builds that could abuse Indariel's overlapping damage over time effects from the poison. And a big boost to that is definitely going to make a lot of people ask the question hey, is this item good enough now? Maybe it is. For Doombringer, and the thing that I'm most excited for is that they're doubling the proc damage from Doombringer. So right now, if you have a Doombringer in your hand and a focus in your offhand, it's doing about 12,000 damage, which only barely outperforms the temper effect, the elemental surge temper effect. Doombringer does do it in an area of effect. It also applies damage reduction. But now that they're doubling it, it's going to be doing about a base damage of 24,000. And that's actually a sizable increase in damage. It makes me wonder if a proc build, so using Blight not for damage over time, but just to proc X-Falls and Elemental Surge and Doombringer, is actually something that you could do now, considering all those damage numbers are kind of getting high enough where it begs the question maybe this does output enough damage. I'm basically just going to go farm Duriel until I drop a Doombringer or until I can just craft one myself, because I mostly hate doing the Iron Wolf grind to get my Resplendent Sparks. Well, I'm definitely going to go try and get a Doombringer and test this out once this goes live, because I think there might be something there. Ring of the Starless Skies can now stack up to 5 times, meaning that it's now a 50% damage multiplier and a 50% resource cost reduction bonus. It's very interesting that Ring of the Starless Skies went from the best item in the game to something that you can barely fit into most builds. And I think that at the point where it's doing a 50% damage multiplier, it also begs the question hey, is this good enough to put onto builds, even if you don't necessarily need the resource cost reduction? Just a 1.5 multi on your ring slot is pretty powerful. Now, it is lacking some of the stats that you would generally like attack speed, most notably, and you can't temper onto it for cooldown reduction on your ultimates, etc. But not every build needs that necessarily. Then for Tyrael's Might, they're just doubling how much damage the actual armor's effect does. I think right now it does 2,000 or 3,000 damage as a base, and now it's going to do 4,000 to 6,000 damage. Is that enough? I don't know, man. I don't think you're really looking to scale the damage. I was mostly hoping that Tyrael's Might would have interesting interactions with Lucky Hit Chance, which would almost certainly be a bug, but it would be pretty par for the course for new damage effects that they add into the game. But you gotta give kudos where kudos are due. Couldn't find a weird broken thing to do with it. Hats off to Blizzard. You added a damage effect to the game, and it wasn't 100% Lucky Hit Chance coefficient. That is progress. Remember that. They have learned from their mistakes in this particular example. Another interesting thing that they changed is that for your Paragon, you might have noticed that you basically can't reach the Paragon bonuses after you pass the 3rd or sometimes the 4th board. Everything else is just physically impossible to accomplish. They've reduced how much the stat requirement increases by 30% by They've reduced how much the stat requirement increases per board. So it used to be 90 per board. Now it's only 60 per board. So it means that after board 1, it goes up by 60 as opposed to 90 before. It's a 50% decrease. So maybe we will now get the bonuses from like board 5 as opposed to just board 4. The major issue here being with it, at least for the Necromancer, where we don't have a bunch of, yellow, nodes that just say damage reduction or exceptional amounts of maximum life. Getting the extra bonuses typically adds up to a handful of additive damage or a little bit of resistance we just don't need anymore. So while focusing very specifically on the Necromancer, this just kind of doesn't do anything. Realistically, the Paragon boards just need a complete overhaul, but I'm expecting for something like that to happen in the expansion and not in the interim, because obviously, like they've already said, they're going to add stuff to the Paragon board like new boards and a legendary glyph. Whatever that's going to look like, at least in the teasers that we've seen thus far. So I'm not expecting anything anytime soon. I'm basically saying October is when that's going to happen. But this is nice. Maybe get a little bit more additive. Maybe on other classes where you actually get stuff from your rare node, you get more damage reduction or you get more resource or something. I don't know what y'all get. I've only played like the Sorceress and the Barbarian, so I don't generally think that this is like super impactful, but it's a thing. Barbarian got a bunch of buffs because, the Barbarian needs a bunch of buffs, obviously. The Druid Spirit Boons got a bunch of buffs. This one seems cool. Obsidian Slam now triggers once every 10 as opposed to once every 20. Helps with Density Clear. That seems cool. I also think that this means that it could proc more often on bosses, like pit bosses that have ads added onto them. But I'm not a Druid guy. Don't listen to me. Ignore me for all of this. We'll get back into the Necromancer. So again, I already have a video covering the Book of the Dead. I did a complete breakdown of all the numbers, how much of an increase this is. It's fairly substantial. There's a decent amount of damage to find here, especially with the addition of the sacrificial glyph. So look forward to that video if you haven't seen it already. Maybe I'll just link it right here and you can just check it out, because I do think that you need to do a bit more of a deep dive on this, like I kind of said. But after that, we have Blood Begets Blood legendary node is going up to a 30% damage multiplier as opposed to a 15% damage multiplier. So I just wanted to show that off to people right here. Blood Begets Blood says that after you pick up 3 blood orbs, you have a 15% damage multiplier. Each blood orb will get you 5%. It's something that you generally use on Bloodlance, and that's kind of it. Sirach is using it on Bone Spirit because he's an absolute mad lad, but they've changed it, so now it's a 30% total multiplier. The big question here is, will each blood orb give me 10% damage multiplier, meaning I still only have to pick up 3? Or do I now have to pick up 6 blood orbs to get up to that point? If the answer is yes, I think that this kind of gets relegated just to Bloodlance and most notably on the Shadow Surfer, which I would like to try to incorporate this into my boards if I can. I think it's a pretty decent multiplier to pick up. Now that'll be a 30% damage multiplier, but it's cool. This is definitely a blood-focused buff, and increasing one of their bonuses by 100% increase is pretty substantial. It's definitely not enough to kind of close the gap on blood builds, most notably just getting the biggest shaft, just getting completely shafted, because I don't know, man, Blizzard hates overpower. I honestly don't understand why our blood builds keep getting nerfed, the Barbarian, but I would like to see much more profound changes in the Season 5 PTR to be able to address those types of things. Also, Blood Drinker Glyph is going to increase how much you fortify whenever you pick up a blood orb. I think at this point, nobody uses Blood Drinker Glyph because it's just kind of bad and it doesn't give you a multiplier, and you can already solve for your fortification on blood builds without having to use it. So I also think that this just kind of needs just an update across the board, maybe once you're fortified, gain a damage multiplier, because it doesn't do enough by itself right now, and I wouldn't elect to use it on any build. Desecration Glyph now gives you 20% shadow damage while standing on a desecrated ground. The cool part about this is it basically says that on non-Shadow Surfer builds, the blood-soaked aspect for the Necromancer, which reads that your Blood Mist will leave behind... Here, blood-soaked... Blood Mist will now leave behind desecrated ground. Not only that, it gains you 20% damage. Not only that, it gains you 20% movement speed. It also applies a damage over time effect to be able to trigger things like Shadow Blight. But what this says now is that the Desecration Glyph makes the blood-soaked aspect say gain 20% movement speed and shadow damage over time for Shadow Blight and a 20% damage multiplier. And at that point, that's a lot of benefit in a single aspect that's already fairly cool to use, especially on speed farming. Also, just a buff to Shadow Surfer. Sadly, not a buff to things like Sever, which you might think like, oh, well, you use Greaves of the Empty Tomb. If you didn't see my Sever video, Greaves of the Empty Tomb doesn't actually summon the Desecrated Ground underneath you. It does it in front of you. So you would have to stagger step move every single time you wanted to cast Sever to get the bonus. And that's a very, very short window. So sadly, that's just not realistic to use in most circumstances. But Shadow Surfer and Infinimist, it's a really good option now. The last glyph that they changed is Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper previously said that if you were standing next to, and where do I have Gravekeeper? I have Gravekeeper right here. When you're standing next to 6 corpses, you gain a 12% damage multiplier. Now it says while standing next to 6 corpses, you get an 18% damage multiplier. That's also fairly significant. We've kind of been stuck in this area where we either have 10% damage multis that are just immediately like you do a thing and now they're activated, or very slightly better than that, like Gravekeeper needs 6 close corpses. The moment that you move, you don't get the damage bonus anymore, as well as something like Dead Razor, which says that your minions have to deal damage 15 times, and then you get a 15% damage multiplier. This saying on most builds that are able to generate corpses that aren't really consuming them at incredibly high rates, hey, you just have an 18% damage multiplier, you're going to see Gravekeeper probably run on the vast majority of builds for the Necromancer at this point, because that's just a lot of bang for your buck. Big change for the sacrificial aspect. It now says that all of your sacrifice bonuses are 50% stronger. Again, go check out my previous video. I do the entire breakdown. I also include sacrificial. I also spelled sacrificial here wrong. So let's go ahead and fix that. Thank you in real time. And then what the relative damage increase, how powerful this is on your build. Go check that out. You're going to want to take a look at it. But let's talk about Shielding Storm. The change here to Shielding Storm, I think, is a much needed change. Most notably walking into this season where we've lost so much damage reduction that the inefficiency of generating barrier based off of your base life, which is what it did previously, was hilariously inefficient. And you basically only felt like Shielding Storm was valuable for you if you also had Ultimate Shadow, which doubles the proc rate of Shielding Storm. So I did do a just very quick analysis here. It's not hard to understand. Shielding Storm used to be base life, now it's max life. Based off of your base life, what it would generate is 477 barrier per target hit by your Bone Storm. Now, you could put on Shielding Storm here. Now, you could put on Ultimate Shadow, which says that Shielding Storm applies a shadow damage over time effect. And what that effectively did is doubled how much damage you were doing or how many damage instances, and it doubled how much barrier you generated. So each time it hit a target, you were generating about 1,000 barrier from each one of them. And that was like kind of okay enough. It's really hard to get max barrier when you're sitting on 30, 40, 50,000 maximum life. But I wanted to show you all how much barrier you expect to generate just based off of Shielding Storm at various maximum life breakpoints here. So previously, it was just 477 per target hit. And again, if you don't have any maximum life, this is how much you're going to generate. Once you're up to 10,000 maximum life, you're going to be generating 600 barrier per target hit. 20,000 life, it's 1,200. 30,000 life is 1,800. 40,000 life is 2,400. And if you're a mad lad at 50,000 life, you're going to be generating 3,000 barrier per target hit. Now, similarly, if you were to add Ultimate Shadow to this, you're going to double the efficiency of these same values. So even at 20,000 life, if you have Ultimate Shadow and Shielding Storm on your build simultaneously, you're generating 2,400 barrier per second per target. And that's a very good amount of barrier to be generating. And it just gets better and better with the more maximum life that you have. Also, considering barriers, like the actual barrier generation stat on your gear and in your tempers is hilariously bugged and only works at like 1% efficiency. You actually can't even stack that for any bonuses. But this change to Shielding Storm goes an incredibly long way to be able to help shore up a lot of the survivability that we lost. And even just running the base aspect itself is going to feel significantly better than it did previously. Obviously, we have some rogue stuff. Obviously, we have some sorcerer stuff. It looks like they got a lot of things. The Necromancer got like this many things because apparently it's in a good place when it really isn't. It's just that, you know, the minions exist at all. But there are some really important changes coming to the pit, tormented bosses, and the Holy Bolt Elixir, which we will talk about. One, the damage and the health in the pit is going to be reduced. The amount that's being reduced and how it's skewed is mostly so that players can at least get into tier 60 and start farming Neath Iron, which is required to do the final levels of masterworking. I would not expect there to be like a massive change in how much maximum life a tier 110, 120, 140 pit boss is going to have, but even just coming down a little bit is going to make builds push that much further into the pit. If you ignore the changes to Holy Bolt, which had to happen at some point, the band hammer had to come down, but we'll get into it in just a second. They're also going to reduce the health of tormented bosses. So tormented Grigor and Duriel and Endariel and Lilith. On top of that, the blood boils on Echo of Lilith are also being reduced just to be able to make these fights a little bit more approachable for the casual gameplay experience. I don't necessarily think that this had to happen, but that being said, I do know that a lot of people have been struggling, especially with Echo of Lilith, most notably because she doesn't really spawn ads that you can abuse Holy Bolts with. And there were just a lot of people who are like, my build is doing like tier 100 pit, but like I can't kill these bosses. What's going on? This is probably the reason for it. And then bug fixes. They fixed an issue where Holy Bolt Elixir was scaling unintentionally high when it was triggered from pets. They have changed something very drastic in how the Holy Bolt Elixir works, and now we get kind of a behind the curtain view of what was happening. Holy Bolt Elixirs are now going to deal a damage based off of percentage of your weapon damage, which is what I always thought it was doing, and I thought it was just scaling with content. But what it was actually doing damage off of was percentage of enemy health. So this is why something like the minions were scaling it so hard. It was already doing percentage health of the target that you were attacking, and then they gained all of their damage scalars and any damage scalars that the Necromancer passed on to them. So in the developer note, they say it's now going to deal percentage of your weapon damage instead of enemy health. This change is intended to reduce its effectiveness against the toughest enemies in higher tiers of the pit, but will still be very valuable for players throughout the whole game. We made this change alongside a reduction to the health of enemies in the pit, so players who are delving deep into the pit aren't heavily affected. So the interesting part about this is that they are arguing that the reduction in the effectiveness of Holy Bolts will probably stop those like immediate one taps that we were seeing previously, but that the changes to health and damage in the pit are going to be sufficient enough to not make it feel like you are losing out a lot or being heavily affected. I don't know how that's possible to put those two ideas together and actually get something that has changed in a palpable way. So I think this might be a bit of an oversell, because I just don't think that that's possible. I would love to be proven wrong, but at the very least, Holy Bolt Elixir was addressed. It needed to be addressed. Every single top pushing pit build had to use Holy Bolts. You just had to. And that sucked. Did people enjoy it? Yes. Are people going to cry because they took away our candy? Yes. Do I think that those people also just like don't generally care about the game actually having like a good bill of health and being able to be developed in ways that are like meaningful, and players who aren't abusing these types of things or don't understand it also get to have a fun time? I doubt that they will very much care about it. And feel free to flame me in the comments down below. That's perfectly fine. I think you're a crybaby. I think it needed to get fixed, and I'm glad that they're doing it now as opposed to later, where like basically nobody would be able to accomplish anything. These changes coming to these builds will help to alleviate the feeling of Holy Bolts being downplayed in this way. And I think that we'll be at a much more healthy and like factual, actual representative strength of builds, as opposed to just put on Elixir and smash everything. In addition to that, they finally fixed the issue with boulders and Dome Stone, where you just couldn't cast them. That's interesting. Boulders will now have a limit, but they've also increased their damage. But I think that the Dome Stone and like Boulder Druid has just been hilariously bugged this entire time, just like effectively not functional. So I hope that this fixes whatever that problem was. Similarly, they're going to fix an issue with the Rapid Fire and Scoundrel's Kiss, meaning that they will actually be able to properly hit close targets and won't just like randomly shoot behind you. It's also going to increase the radius of explosions, interestingly, by 25%. And then lastly, the thing that was very specifically only screwing over the Necromancer and making the Druid stronger was that your pet, the cute little thing that runs around picking up materials for you, is no longer going to count as a minion. So you can use your sacrificial glyph, and Druids unintentionally get a little bit nerfed again. I'm sorry, Druids. I hear y'all are having a hard time out there, and just from the bottom of my heart as a non-minion Necromancer player, I say, I feel you, boss. For But those are the patch notes as they are right now. Again, I felt like that preface in the beginning was really important because there's just kind of not a ton of stuff in here, you know, addressing like the vast majority of bugs that are completely warping the landscape of the game, and just like inequalities from various power levels of skills and functions and things in your skill tree. Just kind of like underwhelming power from the Paragon board. But again, I expect a lot of these to be coming in future seasons, as well as a ton of this slated for the expansion. Is it okay to just say like, hey, you gotta wait for the expansion? No, I think it sucks, but I'm trying to be realistic in setting my expectations so I don't just like sit here cringe mad the whole time. I just go like, okay, I have a reasonable expectation. If it's sooner than that, cool. If it's not, just make sure that gets delivered on. But let me know what you think. If you're brand new here and you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I don't want you to miss out on any great Necromancer D4 info as we continue to move closer to both the patch actually launching and all the testing I'm going to have to do, but also as we move towards this Season 5 PTR. Throw a like onto the video as well if you wouldn't mind. It means the world to me. But as always, thank you so much for watching this video. I truly hope that it helped, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Patch notes overview. All right, man. Necro is missing some sort of demon summoning possession skill. That would be pretty cool. It's a little like the Necromancer has never done that before. Excuse me, sorry. The Necromancer has never done that before. It's only ever resurrected monsters. Buckets are not a thing, Peter. There is one bucket and it is additive damage. That's the only thing. What about summoning spirits as minions? Summoning spirits. That's also not very much a Necromancer thing. So, Necromancers as a religion, the followers of Trag'Oul and the followers of Wrath, like the cult of Rathma, are about the balance of light versus dark, which touches on life versus death. But it's this idea of, for lack of a better thing, creating the yin yang in existence. Why they have power over life and death, it's like a little like ramrodded in there, but it's this idea of like the Necromancer is so weirdly abstracted because it also has to fit in like it has to fit in the lore, but it also has to fit in the generic fantasy of a Necromancer. Necromancers in Diablo canon raise the dead because Necromancers in D&D canon raise the dead, basically. But like spirits, you also like have to have spirits, like literally spirits have to exist, which is obviously something that they're going to be exploring in Nahantu. Well, they did at least to D2. Well, D2 didn't summon spirits. D2 summoned golems and skeletons. Oh, bone spirit? Sure. I cannot deny that there is a skill called Bone Spirit. What I can say, and I think is accurate, is that they needed a cool name for the effect and they wanted it to look cool. Which I think is severely different than actually just free casting spirits around. But yes, we did have Bone Spirits, and that is technically accurate. Is there attack speed cap? Yes. 200% total attack speed between cap 1 and 2. Wandering Tormented Souls. So it's very weird. They both are, and it's really hard to pinpoint why they happen, right? Like, There are tormented spirits, which are seemingly, and we don't know what they are. Some of them could be assumed to be human, but when we see a lot of tormented spirits and things like that, it's typically denizens of hell. We also have ghosts. And we also have ghosts. And in D4, the ghosts are people-shaped, but they hate you just like all the demons do. And what's up with that? But like communing with spirits, definitely a witch doctor thing, also going to be a spirit-born thing. That explains or has the math behind how the stats interact with each other. First time semi-serious player. Do I know of an accurate spreadsheet or a site that explains or has the math behind how stats interact with each other? Yes, Max Roll. You should go check out our damage and defense. How am I? I'm good. How are you? Awesome. Did I do a reaction on PoE2? I did not. I'm really ignorant of PoE2. I kind of just want to jump in when the game comes out, because like anything I would add to it would just be me literally saying like, I've never played PoE really, and this is cool. Yeah, I don't understand why we don't have a blood mage, honestly. We've had blood golems, but we don't have blood mages, but we do have cold mages. Yeah, they showed off the necro of PoE2, but like, I don't know anything about PoE, so what am I gonna add to the conversation? You know what I mean? On your Doombringer concept build you mentioned earlier, I can, yeah. So the idea is that stack a bunch of lucky hit chance, add on Elemental Surge, Shadow, and Doombringer and X-Falls, and use Blight to trigger it. And that's kind of the end of the concept. Stack crit chance. And have a whole day with it. What do I need to be doing on this build right now? Oh, I need to be farming Duriel. Hey, Trev. Hey, Trev. I desperately need a Doombringer, so I am just gonna like go farm Grigor 1,000 times. To get a Mage Paragon board? Probably. I think we need a Warrior Paragon board before we need a Mage Paragon board. Probably. May I farm with you? Sure. Yeah, you can join. You actually take a second to discuss how tacked on Shadow Kit feels to Necromancer in D4 given previous iterations of class and fluff. How tacked on it feels. What? Thank you very much for the 500 biddies, Boo Boo. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Sork buffed? Yeah, it looks like every class got buffed. So Shadow Magic, so what did they had before? They had Poison, which never made any fucking sense. Like, why does a Necromancer do poison damage? They dealt in Earth. They dealt in Earth. And blood and bone, and bone wasn't physical, it was magic. And it's like what does that mean? Just join through friends list? Yes, Ben. Yep, you could just request join and you'll auto add.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me.
But I do need a Doombringer. Do I think that they'll make any difference? Yeah, they're between like an 8 to 15% damage increase for the builds. Not enough to actually like fix the primary issues, but like it is a buff. And the sacrificial aspect is now like a legitimate option on some builds. But that's just it. Like, necromancers don't deal in festering corpses and stuff. Like, it is a maintenance of balance, which trespasses into the realm of power over life and death. Like, none of, like in D2, the corpses aren't rotting and decaying, and it's not like gross. It is skeletons and golems. Did you ever mess with Bloodless Scream? Not on this build, no. Mostly because the ultimate shadow is the strongest buff that you can put on it is to put it onto a two-handed weapon. Corpse Explosion has always been weird. Again, so like the major issue... But also, necromancers just exist in fantasy canon. Farm eggs from Varshan, let's go, baby. I'm gonna sell and I'm gonna put on my pet. Oh wait, no, my pet is, well, I'm doing fucking Grigor, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna turn on my pet. No, I'll leave my pet off, who cares? But I'm gonna go sell. Ooh. I have to remember that, like, maybe I want gear. Ooh. Hoping to see bone mages get improved a bit. The major issue with improving bone mages right now is they kind of have no idea what they need bone mages to do. Oh, I'm an idiot. Continue with the lore. Well, it's this intersectionality between like what the Lord says. Because here's what it is. Trag'Oul is this big spirit dragon that exists outside of the conflict of Anu and Tathamet. Anu I think had a different name before they were Anu. But Anu is basically God. And God says, I want to get rid of the evil inside of me. And when he does that, Tathamet is born. Tathamet is basically Tiamat from... Well, I mean, Tiamat exists outside of D&D, but this is very much evil seven-headed dragon Tiamat. And then Anu kills Tathamet. Tathamet's body becomes the Burning Hells. And from the seven heads of Tathamet are born the evils, the prime evils and the lesser evils. The three prime evils are Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal. And then the lesser evils are Indariel, Duriel, Asmodan, and Belial, I believe, are the lesser evils. Outside of this, and then Anu is like, Anu creates the high heavens, and the race angels are from Anu, and now Anu is just like gone or fucking whatever. I don't know where Anu is, but he is gone. Then what you get is Trag'Oul. Trag'Oul is this big, I thought it was a dragon. But basically, you know how here in Hawazar, you go out to where our boy Elias goes down into the first temple of the priests of Rathma and does some nonsense down here. You know how there's this big weird snake up here that like is all spiritual and nonsense and whatever, and then when you're in the chapel of the firstborn, you have a big old snake there? So that big snake that you find in Hawazar is almost certainly supposed to be some kind of spirit reflection of Trag'Oul. And that's why Necromancers started off there. What up, Strix? Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Hold on. Getting a raid. Shouts to Strix. First off, love this. This is great. Love these. I'm already here. No brain cell, only farming while my banana bread breaks. Cozy Stardew Valley. Give you a follow. Bird creature from the bog here to make art. That's awesome. What up, Line? Pleasure to meet you, Line. Well, builder and artist. You might also know me as a gamer. A LARPer? Hold on. Are we LARP friends? Rex, are we LARP friends? Strix, are we LARP friends? Do we go to the same LARPs? I assume no. You're a Hazards friend. Hey, then yes, we probably don't go to the same LARPs, but we might go to the same LARPs. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody, from Strix to the stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. I'm also a LARPer, but I'm from Boston, so I'm a LAPA. But thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. I appreciate you coming through. And we're in. What up, Captain Jack? So Trag'Oul Spirit Dragon, now Spirit Serpent, takes Rathma, one of the firstborn, and says, hey, did you know that light and dark, like, okay, so this eternal conflict between good and evil, really all of this is just a difference between light and dark, life and death. And we must observe and maintain the balance between these forces. And these idiot fighters won't ever understand that, but you will understand it. And this like insight into how the universe works and what that means for everyone involved empowers Rathma. And the cult of Rathma, who are the necromancers, like the disciples of Rathma, who then get bastardized and called the necromancers by the world at large. Welcome back, Strix. I said a bunch of things, but thank you very much for the raid. If you're a Hazard friend, that means that we almost certainly have been at the same LARP at some point, although perhaps not recently. But I hope you had a great stream. Thank you very much for bringing people through. I appreciate it. Credit card being credit card. Yeah, you gotta swipe your credit card. Be good, Zeeb. Thank you. What's going to be the new Necro spec now? What's going to be the new Necro spec now? Minions. Minions, 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 minions. Mage minions might be the best now because they got very slightly stronger, like 3% stronger. Very slightly stronger. Yeah, welcome back from Agile. Thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. What about Holy Bolt nerf? Yeah. It will be impactful. Do I have a mage build? I don't. I don't like me. I like Golem. But yeah, so the Holy Bolt nerf is going to happen. You have to keep in mind that we've had a no Holy Bolts allowed ladder push event on max roll this entire season, and the highest builds are still minions. Because they do a lot of damage. And they don't really have to stand next to anything to do that damage. So they can just dodge stuff. Chill Stardew Valley. They actually put out like a pretty big update to Stardew Valley recently, right? What I understand is that strawberries are no longer the meta. I know. I mean, I probably have like 50 hours in Stardew Valley. I've not played a ton of Stardew Valley. It's a good game though. I like me some Stardew Valley. 1.6 still not on consoles. Ripper Dipper. Rippy Dippy. Yeah, we're just farming in Diablo 4. We just got patch notes for an upcoming patch on Monday. That means I need a cool item to get there. And I spent all my Resplendent Sparks to buy a Tyrael's Might that I'm not going to use. Strawberries are still pretty hype. Hey, who doesn't like a good strawberries? Or you could be like me and just plant whatever the first things they give you are and then just spend all of your time in the mine. So I can find all the rocks for the weird curator guy. What item? I need a Doombringer. Have I tried Thorns Necro? Not yet. I will at some point. I've just been too busy doing all the other stuff. Gotta go pure fishing? Oof. I actually kind of hate the fishing in Stardew Valley, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Which build will Doombringer be good on? A build that doesn't currently exist. You're a geologist? Name 3 rocks. Prove it. But the build for Doombringer is going to be a spam blight proc build as opposed to a damage over time build. Tyrael's usable on any necro builds? It was already usable on shadow minions. It's just generally good. It has a huge amount of damage reduction on it. The sacrificial buff definitely makes it an option for some builds. It's not currently better than the aspects, which you could already use on Blight. You gotta name 3 rocks or I can't believe you. I got YouTube chat naming a bunch of rocks over here. Chris Rock, Kid Rock, and The Rock. Oh man. Remember when Kid Rock, remember when you didn't know Kid Rock was a complete piece of shit? Remember when you lived that life and you didn't know? That was a cool time to be alive. Like his first song was an absolute bop. All right, I'm selling. Kid Rock. Oh, with the ball, bang, the bang, diggy, 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 and the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. My name is Kid. Like we were banging that in the car. Me and my mom had that song on repeat. That was an instant classic. Kid Rock. Oh, with the ball, bang, the bang, diggy, 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 and the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. Ball with the ball, bang, the bang, diggy, 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 and the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. Ball with the ball. Oh, these are all low item power. Oh, I forgot. They're all low item power. So hold on. I need this dude to drop me high item power. This dude sucks. Blue, Seist, Tonalite, and Phyllite. Went to school for igneous and metamorphic geology, so I enjoy rocks that are made under extreme temps pressures of all sorts. Those are cool. Do you have a Spotify playlist? What are we listening to right now? We're listening to Woody's Spotify playlist. Never want to know people's political leanings that you listen to. I can understand that. I do because I don't want to financially support people that I like disagree with. I think that's like perfectly fine. I think we go like, oh, I like that person, but I don't agree with, like, I like what they create. I don't agree with what they do, and I don't want to fund that. I think that that's important. It doesn't need to be important for everybody, but it's personally important for me. And he's a big fucking loser. Madams, welcome home. Hey, Trev. How many runs do we currently have? I need to go check because I just found out I have to leave in like a half hour. Just farming mats, yeah. Yeah, let's not talk about politics. What's everybody's religion? I think it's generally cool to talk about religions. A half hour, yeah, a half hour. I think there's a lot to be said about like sharing insights from each other's religions because I think that that's just like generally cool. You're a Jedi? Hey, Jedi is a pretty cool religion. I have 16 shards of agony. And we can also do a tormented one. Where did all my things go? Did I sell them all? Or did I move them? Hold on. All right, sorry, bud. Hold on. Oh, right, and we can also do Indariel. I didn't even think about Indariel. Hold on real quick. Thanks, yo, thank you very much, Watt. I appreciate the support today, man. And the sharing of memories. Have a good one. I'm a former paratrooper. We're all disciples of St. Michael. I fuck with that. My mom actually did the paratrooper. My mom was in the army, and she was something combat medic something, and she did the paratrooper training. So tormented Andy, sure. Let me just see where my various mats are. There's some stuff. What a weird collection of things to be here. Worship yourself? That's pretty cool. Follower of Mothra? Mothra is pretty sick. I was raised Catholic. I'm not particularly religious. But I don't like... No, for a very long time I had to shit on people who were religious because, you know, like, I was a scientist, right? So, like, I had to because, like, they're idiots. But in reality, it's just like, whatever brings you sucker, I don't care. Like... Literally live your best life. Like, it turns out your religion doesn't make you a shitty person. You being a shitty person makes you a shitty person. So, like, if you're not a shitty person, sick. You're probably cool. It doesn't matter what thing you spend your time thinking about, as long as you're not a shitty person, right? Okay. So Big Ben, can you join me? Trev, can you join me? Yeah, it just turns out it doesn't matter, like, nothing in the universe, like, stops people from being shitty people. There's shitty people everywhere. There's shitty people in your family. There's shitty people in your various church. There's shitty people in your various politics. There's shitty people at the convenience store down the wall, down the line. It's just all about making sure that you are not one of them. Not letting me join you. So Trev was able to join me. There's shitty people. Oh, there's tons of shitty people in Twitch chat. Don't even get me started. Y'all are fucking crazy out there. And then where are we going first? I guess go to Duriel first. Infinimist any good? Infinimist is pretty meh. Did I wear a fedora during my atheist phase? Well, I'm not. I am currently an atheist. So that wasn't a phase. Did I wear a fedora? I used to wear a fedora. You're in Indariel's room. All right, we're doing Indariel. I've worn a fedora in the back. Although I think, and this is like, this is how you really know. I think the majority of people were actually wearing trilbies and not fedoras. But like, I owned the typical skull, shitty 3-ring black, you know, trilby hat from what's it called? From Hot Topic. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, Indariel, give me the goods. Wow, you take 1,000 years to die. Did you know that? I was not, no, back then, G'day My Lady was not a thing. Also, I did have Riz. But everybody just wore Hot Topic. Like, we were all just in a little fake goth emo phase. Spawn Tormented? Sure, let's fuck it up. I did not listen to him. No. During that time, so I was a senior in high school when emo was really picking up. So when we were listening to stuff, I was listening to like Mindless Self-Indulgence and Jack Off Jill and Slipknot. I mean, like, punk was a lot of it. It was like a lot of Blink-182 and a lot of Sum 41. And then just like everything that was also just like top 40 whatever nonsense. But I mean, like, even back then, I kind of listened to everything. I listened to like Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I listened to DDR soundtracks. I listened to Outkast and kind of like everything. There was a lot of that was also when like MySpace music was a thing. So there was a lot of what's it called? Hollywood Undead. Hollywood Undead was real big then. Hollywood Undead, boss. Yeah, that was. Let's do a regular one real quick, because I do have to immediately sell. But yeah, there was no ending of hyper cringe. Like, man, I love me some Hollywood Undead. Grab beer, grab rear, shave beard, put on some scene gear. Better get drunk before my mom wakes up. Break up with my girlfriend so I can bang sluts. I'm undead, unfed, been sleeping on bunk beds since 10. So if I don't use it, I'm gonna lose it. Everybody get to it, do it, get ruthless. Let's get this party started. Let's keep them 40s popping. Let's all get drunk and stay fucked up. We'll keep them panties dropping. It's such a banger. It's such a good song. When I start drinking, my dick does all my thinking. Oh, I got a Melted Heart of Selig. Cool. That's 1/4 of a thing. Hoes want to be seen with me, and I like their big fake titties. D cups with extra filling. Shake it up, let's drink it quickly. Calm down, it's just a hickey. Blame it on this whiskey, sipping gets me tipsy. Take backseat to avoid the fuzz. I got a 40 in my Ford Fiesta. Buy beer or pay the rent. My signing bonus was quickly spent. So I'm gonna beat my meat like I'm a fucking butcher. And I'll punk the pussy like I'm Ashton Kutcher. Holy shit, man. That's a banger. It's not good, but it is a banger though. It's not good. The reason why I think it's mostly okay is because it's problematic in the way that every shitty suburban teen just like doesn't know what stuff is, so you just do stuff, and that's its target audience. So in that way, it's like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. I mean, it was a bunch of nothing. Now, does he say some stuff which is probably not great? Yes, absolutely, no question. But it was a banger, and pretending like it wasn't at the time is hilarious. Listening to a lot of Pop Goes Punk and Pop Goes Crunk, or Punk Goes Crunk. Listening to who did it? I think it was Bullet for My Valentine did. Was it Bullet for My Valentine who did it? It's one of my favorite songs ever. It's a Got the gator boots with the pimped out Gucci suits. Ain't got no job, but I stay sharp. No, that was Whitest Kids You Know. Whitest Kids You Know did... Is that Whitest Kids You Know? Whitest Kids You Know is a comedy group, right? The Devil Wears Prada did that remix. Holy shit, I'm putting that on today. That is being listened to. Yes, it's Still Fly. It's Still Fly by Birdman. It's by Cash Money, but it's Birdman and Manny Fresh. Fucking love Still Fly. Hate Birdman. Birdman is a problem. But without Cash Money, we don't get Lil Wayne, my goat, my personal goat. So Still Fly is such a phenomenal. But yeah, that was The Devil Wears Prada. But Bullet for My Valentine, that's another banger that is just like consistently. If I get a little bit too drunk, I go, you know what I haven't heard in a hot second? My tears don't fall, they crash around me. The conscience calls the guilty to come home. A lot of Avenged Sevenfold. That was a lot in rotation. But that's also when I was getting into like power metal and stuff. Oh, you need, I just clicked the button. Here, I'll give you stuff. But that's when I was getting into like Sonata Arctica and Camelot and Nightwish and Rhapsody of Fire now, Dragon Force and everything. So here, I'll trade with you outside, Trev. Dude, Bullet for My Valentine, that breakdown in that song is fucking insane. Avenged Sevenfold, I only saw one. I saw Avenged Sevenfold at Taste of Chaos. It had the wildest lineup. It was like Avenged Sevenfold and Deering Gray. Who else was at fucking Taste of Chaos? I don't even know. Nor do I care. Ooh. Oh, not a Max Roll, but a GA Azurath? Oh, LARP lightsaber battle to the end of all up, dude. Didn't reset? No, I did not. You went to that one? Did you go to Massachusetts? Was good before they decided to try and become next GNR. Yeah, I unironically like Avenged Sevenfold's music. It had such a great sound, just so good. That tour was when, what was it, like Lead Sail Paper Anchor? What was the name of that album? How is Blight Necro compared to Minions? I'd say Blight is currently the third strongest Necromancer build. What was the name of that album? Lead Sails. Was it actually Lead Sails Paper Anchor? But dude, the Punk Goes Pop and the Punk Goes Crunk albums were just like, that's what we listened to. Also, we were just like generally like hip hop and rap heads at the time, so like I got to experience the world of auto-tune and T-Pain and Lil Wayne being on every single song, and the Touch It remix by Busta Rhymes, and just like the 7 times they remade that song. Did I just die to Echo of Lilith? Hello? Hello? I stood in fire? Are there mechanics to this fight? Why? I have to sell. Oh, I shouldn't stand in that? That makes sense. What do you think of the new changes in the patch notes? Pretty lackluster. The changes to sacrifices are needed. Builds needed like a 10x multiplier for them to be viable. Well, competitive, not viable. But of the changes that they made, I agree with all of them. I think that they're good. But at least for the Necro, it's kind of like, eh. I'm glad they finally addressed Holy Bolts. I think that that was really important. Oh, I got the Grandfather. Huh. Am I supposed to get Uber Uniques this fast? This seems very good. Do you normally get that many Ubers that quickly? That seems good. What is my take on Bone Storm versus Bloodwave on Blight Necro? Just now gearing based on... What is my take on Bone Storm versus Bloodwave? I don't know why you would use Bloodwave. Like what the benefit of Bloodwave would be. So I guess my opinion is Bloodwave bad. I don't know why you would use it. I just realized I don't know. .8, 5.4. Yeah, I don't know why you would use Bloodwave on the build. If you could shed some light on that, it might be beneficial. I don't remember what my Banished Lords was. 56. Yeah, I just got a Melted Heart of Selig, and now I got a Grandfather, so that's pretty cool. Have you heard the new Falling in Reverse song with Tech 9? I have, yes. I have 3 more Tormented. Okie dokie. Why didn't this go into my inventory? Birdman is for real a groomer. Birdman is a PDF file enjoyer and a rapist. And fuck Birdman. Straight up. Yeah, have a good one, Strix. Thanks for stopping through. I appreciate it. Which Necro build do you enjoy the most far this season? Blight. I'm really enjoying Bloodwave, though. This is like a lot of fun. I wish it dealt more damage. Do I think Infinimus will move up the ranks after the changes? No, not at all. Unless we can get Doombringer to output like some serious, like scurious damage. No. Realistically, there aren't like the changes that are coming are not like substantial in any way. The builds which are currently good have gotten a little bit better, and the builds which were underperforming didn't get a big enough increase in their functionality to warrant shifting in the tier lists. I don't know how to tell whether or not I should be expecting to have picked up a Uber Unique yet. Yeah, I don't know why these are dropping rare items. We're gonna go out to dinner and see Panda's parents perform. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Mathematically, you should get one every 10th run. Okay. So I'm overperforming right now. So I shouldn't expect one for a while. I just need 4 random ones so I can make Doombringer or just Doombringer. Like, I don't care about Melted Heart of Selig, and I don't really care about the Grandfather either, if I'm being honest. Bro, the fact that she doesn't immediately die is lame as shit. That's lame. That's an unnecessary waste of my real lifetime. Now, the only issue with doing it this way is you do have to, like, go back to town every other kill. Or just not pick up stuff, I guess. That's a lot of armor. I will be holding on to that. For reasons. Thorn's build is the reason. Oh, I need to be salvaging these items because I don't have their, what's it called? Transmogs. I'm running Shaman build, but getting frustrated sometimes with the Golem AI. The burden of respecing in a different build seems like a big hassle. Don't know if it'll be worth it. I mean, here's what I always recommend doing. Don't respec until you have the gear to do it. So right now, you're playing a build you don't necessarily like, but you are trying to do stuff on the build. Your new thing that you're doing is getting the gear together for a different build, which won't rely on you needing to use the current gear that you have. So you can swap over to it, and if you don't like it, as long as you got, what, 5 million gold, you can just respec back. Hey guys, hey, I love you all so much. You do need to fight him on top of my blood wave, or I'll just be doing nothing here. Which is like, fine, I don't have to do stuff, but I figured you'd want me to try to do stuff. Nice. Look at all these fucking shills with their wings. I would never be a shill. I would never shill out for anything. I've never shilled a day in my life. Duriel? Alright, let's go. Let's go. I have a date with Duriel. This is what I sound like. Is it time? How many Duriels do we have? We have 3 already. Mate, I have to kill Duriel 3 times. 5 minutes. Running Blight Necro? Blight Necro, once you're like pushing, if you're building it like my update on max roll, should be putting out about 1 billion damage while the boss is staggered in DPS, so that you put your 2 ticks together. You can actually be doing up to like 3 billion damage, but with Ebon Piercer, for DPS wise, hundreds of millions. Leave me alone. What? With the proc explosion X falls, would I want dot or shadow crit? You would want shadow. You would want crit. Apparently there's a memory leak. Ripper Dipper. A spammy burst damage build. Bone Spirit is now spammy and burst damage. Ooh, all stats. Are you like relogging, Trev? Getting a little bit below 140k crits. Do you mean wither procs? What do you think about Bone Spare with Grandfather, Shaco, Melted Heart? Very bad. That is just like significantly worse in comparison to the overpower version. Because the overpower version just gets more maximum essence, more multipliers, more maximum life. Maybe not more maximum life, but. Oh, yeah, do you mean... Oh, you're level 95? Oh, don't worry about your damage at level 95. As long as you're not slowing down, don't worry about your damage at level 95. Oh, we could be drinking Holy Bolt elixirs here. Abuse the Holy Bolts. Why isn't one of us a minion? Why did your pet die? Like your little cat? I don't know. Oh, a GA ring? GA X-Falls? I gotta sell. Your dog? Bro, that's fucked up. Pantsless, thank you for redeeming the Darkness. The Darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the Darkness will stay redeemed. Uh, 13, 17, 3.6. Damage over time, GA, let's go, baby. 420, Blaze. Okay. All right, we gotta speed run these. I gotta go be at a restaurant. I'm mostly just excited for eating dinner, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry, Stout. I'm just trying to get through these runs real quick because I got a skedaddle. Earthrise an X-Fall build using Rogue Tempers for straight up crit damage for offensive Tempers instead of the lackluster ones Necro has for X-Falls. No, I have not. Because we don't really need them. The crit tempers don't outperform things like damage to close. I don't even think it outperforms damage to cursed, if I'm not mistaken. But we don't really have things that, like, the reason why the crit tempers are so important is because the Necromancer does have one thing, which is the Deathless Visage, but the Barb has things that are based off of your crit damage stat in your character screen, which it shouldn't be because that's not accurate, but it is. So you can abuse the fact that the game thinks that you have this massive amount of additive damage there when you really don't. But that's why that stat's so important. Just like the actual additive damage of the stat isn't really like outperforming other additive damage sources that you have available to you. They're not supposed to be able to die. I do not know what happened to your little cat there. But the Necro does have Deathless Visage, which apparently is also based off of the incorrect character screen. So like there's that. All right, one more. Do I think that Doombringer on actual Blight? No. Because Doombringer wants you to crit and scale crit damage, and Blight wants you to scale damage over time. But the reason why I'm running Duriel's at all is because I need a Doombringer to test on a proc build, which will use Blight. I know that is kind of confusing, but they are two very different concepts. Yo, thank you very much, Blitzer. I appreciate that. Gosh, dang it, Duriel. You didn't go into my blood wave. Duriel, get into my blood wave. Gosh, dang it, Duriel, get in my blood wave. This is the last one, right, Trev? Well, I was looking at gear, but luckily my blood wave is there. Yar, this is the last one. Let's go. All right, let's see. What did I get? Wait a minute. These aren't uber uniques. They're not even good uniques. Ooh. Greater Affix Death's Embrace is very interesting to me. Well, thanks for the runs, boys. I got a skied. Did I get 4 Black Rivers? The fuck? I got a ski daddle out of here. Alrighty, we gotta go. Verdict on Necro Changes, very lackluster. Very small amounts of damage increase. Meh. Shielding Storm is cool. Are more mats? Appreciate that. I will also just like go run my mats. All right, y'all. Let's go raid somebody. I gotta get out of here. I got a ski diddle. Look forward to those videos coming out later tonight, tomorrow morning-ish, around there. Who's streaming? Streaming. Just raided Moxie. I haven't been able to raid Woody. Let's go raid Woody. Woody! Woody. Give Woody some love. Woody Joe. Yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I hope that y'all have a great night. Will be about 1.5. It's not. The most that you can get out of it is about a 42% multiplier, very specifically on Shadow Crit builds. Everything below that is significantly less, but it's not a 50% multi. But as always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, cup, cum, cup, sawadee, guten Abend, guten Nacht, hasta luego. I'll see you all again. Have a great weekend. Look forward to YouTube video over the weekend. See you back on Monday for the patch so we can play and test everything. Bye-bye. Appreciate y'all.